every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Saying, bad bitch, put your hands up high, hands up high, hands up high, till I feel the lights down right now, put me in the mood. I'm talking about dark perfume, go.
I recognize your fragrance, hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit, and I know your taste is a little bit, high maintenance, everybody else basic, you live life on an everyday basis, with poetic justice, if I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs, dedicated to you, and you're in the mood for empathy, is blood in my pen, better yet with your friends and them, I really wanna know you all, I really wanna show you off, fuck God, pour up plenty of champagne, cold nights when you curse this name, you called up your girlfriends and y'all curled in that little bitty range, I heard that, she wanna go and party, nigga don't approach her with that Atari, nigga that ain't good, game home is sorry, they say conversation, rule the nation, I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs, unless I write it down for real, P.S. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it, you can get it, and I know you what you want, oh, what it justice, put it in the song, alright. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it, you can get it, and I know you what you want, oh, what it justice, put it in the song, alright.
Taking notes on my keyboard, what you bothering me for? There's a room for what you following me for? Say no fucking sing along. So girl, what you singing for? 'Cause you blow like a seaboard. My foot, seaboard, money, money. They got these in the trash, they going so deep to the top. We got love, we have for the girls, we're so fun. Bring some poison, rainbow sun. Nice handshake, first night come on. All our dance, first night come on. so quiet, but I hear you. Say you tell me, baby, say our time will make enough time. The times you wasn't really waking up. Now you never said I couldn't miss you touch. I needed you, I needed you. Needed to distance myself from you. I was just alone with you. So complex with you, won't you? Can I tell you something for what it is worth? We had it, that's all show you something, give me more than words. We had it, that's all please be done. Please be nothing to me. I want you to give to me. Yeah. Please be done. Please be nothing to me. I want you to give to me.
Every second, every minute, man, I swear that she can get it. Saying, that bitch, put your hands up high, hands up high, hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now, put me in the mood. I'm talking about dark blue, purple, go.
I recognize your fragrance. Hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit. And I know your taste is a little bit high maintenance. Everybody else basic. You live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice. Poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you when you're in the mood for empathy. There's blood in my pen. Better yet with your friends and them. I really wanna know you all. I really wanna show you off. Fuck God, pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when you curse this name. You called up your girlfriends and y'all curled in that little bitty range. I heard that she wanna go and party. She wanna go and party. Nigga don't approach her with that Atari. Nigga that ain't good game home is sorry. They say conversation rule the nation. I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs unless I write it down for real. P.S. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it.
Close fast and you do what you want. I guess I'm doing what I want. Hope you doing what you want. What you want?
My new bitch look like Tyler Perry, but she don't love me, she too scary. My old bitch front like Jackie Brown. I wanna know if she too down. Will you be my leading lady? I want a contract, yeah, no, maybe. In the meantime,
Guess I'm doing what I want.
just some me time.
Hope you doing what you want.
Crib by the beach like Odell. No, but mom, my killers don't tell. Shut down my mom, cause I knew you off the shelf. Now my bitch is Chanel. Will you be my leading lady? I want a contract, get a little maybe. In the meantime,
Guess I'm doing what I want.
get some me time.
Hope you doing what you want. Only been a few hours, but it feel like days. Only been days, but it feel like months. Went off for a year, only go like once. Life move fast and you do what you want.
In the meantime,
Guess I'm doing what I want.
get some me time.
You doing what you want.
In the meantime,
Guess I'm doing what I want.
get some me time.
You doing what you want.
Maybe I'll love myself, I don't know. Leave me here, I'll fuck myself. See me in the mirror, I duck myself. Don't need much, so fuck my wealth.
I need you in the morning, but I need you now. Yeah, I know I give you all you need. I know what you like. I feel it coming. Johnny does the yes. I try to keep you, and I need some lessons. I need to give it all. I tried to live, but I can't. I don't know why I got the wall. Drop me out of my mind. Don't need no other body. Don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. You don't need no other body.
Then I need a mess of my mind. And I need to get free of the mind. Say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, our love no be like. Say every day together, yeah, day and night. Yeah, if I leave you go by. Yeah, if you leave I go. Love me your body, baby. Love me your body, baby. As you're whining your body, baby. So crazy. Love me your body, baby. Girl, you want need me. I just wanna let you know. Oh, baby, day.
Don't need no other body. Don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body.
Whole team shining stars, big dip. Get a lot of haystack gang in the
Good morning, y'all. Come on in. Happy Thursday. Good to see y'all. All right, y'all. We're gonna get right into it. Of course, every time I go live, that's when everybody want to text, everybody want to call. All right, y'all. We're gonna get into it. You truth, I sent you the link. I don't know what the eyes are for. Now let me get this earpiece out my ear. Give me a minute, y'all, to get situated. I tell people I do more before 6 a.m. than most people do all day. That's what I feel like. If I didn't send you the link, let me know. I don't want to see no more eyes. Just let me know if I didn't send you the link. In fact, I just dropped it. Anybody else that wants to come up and discuss this, you're welcome. There we go. Um. All right, y'all. So let's get into it. I don't know how many of you all have. Well, I'm pretty sure y'all seen it, read up on it, heard about it, or whatever. This case, I think it's in. I think it's in Texas. It's in Texas. I know it's in Texas. I'm trying to think of the little suburb that is in, not far from Dallas. I can't remember, but we'll get into it as we, listen to these videos and read these articles and things of that nature. Okay. Um. Good morning.
Good morning. I didn't get no link.
I'm sorry. I thought I sent it.
Did you get everything I sent you?
I think I got. I got. Well, I
They're
think I.
they're pertinent to because there's some things when you read the report and some things that people may not understand on why the police kept saying certain things in their report.
Okay. So what we'll do is because I got. I think I got something right before I went. Well, I think you sent me something like a few minutes ago. So when I get into the police report, because we're gonna do that last, right? I'm gonna give a little history on the case first. So when we get into that, I'm gonna upload what you sent me. How many is it? Is it three?
It should be three, and it's
Okay,
it's it's Frisco, Texas.
Frisco. You know what I wanted to say? Frisbee. I don't know why I wanted to say that, but I knew it was
Fris-
something.
Frisbee, Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that. I did. I knew it was something like that. Thank you so much. Um, Ebooks, I wish I could see your whole comment, but StreamYard got this whole thing. Let me see what you said. Oh, thank you, Ebooks. I appreciate it. I wasn't going to, but yeah, I know how I am, honey. So basically, and Detroit, you can jump in at any time while because I know once I sent you the information, I know you dove deep. I could tell by what you sent me.
Well,
So,
I immediately got the PDF of the police report, and I didn't know if you had it. That's why I asked you, do you have the PDF? But I because I noticed it on what you sent me, it said PDF on it. I was like, okay, but I didn't know. But I did read it, and I read all of the fact finding. But what people got to understand is
oh,
everyone
let me
that
say this first. Let me say this
read,
first before we get into it. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate your attendance. Please hit the like button for your girl. Thank you, come correct. That reminded me. Please hit the like button for your girl. Support the channel. Hit the cash out, PayPal, super chat, super sticker, whatever. Yeah, and I appreciate y'all being here today. Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, teacher.
So what you have to understand is, in something like this, most of the people that the police are interviewing are friends of the victim because of where it happened, when it happened, and how it happened. Most of the
Hey, Lisa
eye,
D, thank you, baby. Thank you for joining.
yeah, most of the eyewitnesses were friends of theirs. So you have to take you
We're
have
gonna
to
get
take.
into that, but what I do want to say, the truth, what really got me, other than the eyewitnesses, the friends or whatever, the brother statement. Did you read up on the brother statement?
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a
Uh-huh.
whole another side to that.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
I
let
know I know an officer that's actually investigating this.
really, I figured
Hmm.
you'd know somebody in this case.
Hmm.
I figured you would. I swear I did. Um. So listen, this we're gonna do first, y'all, and it's a lot. And y'all know I was very careful about picking through what I played and what we actually because it's a lot being said. It has turned into a whole uh race thing, of course. Um and a lot of times when people find some type of social aspect to place on cases, a lot of things get lost in the sauce. That's what I don't like about the media. And that's what I don't like about covering certain things because it be so much. Because the bottom line is this. This is the bottom line. A young man has passed away, right? He's gone. And then another young man may or may not be going to prison for life. So there's two young lives, high school seniors, right? You know, and that's the bottom line. Two families torn apart. It's devastating. It's devastating to be the family of the deceased, and it's devastating to be the family of the alleged perpetrator. You know what I'm saying? It's just all bad. It's all bad. And being as though we live in a money hungry world where people will do and say and pretty much put out anything to make a dollar, I think a lot of things get lost in the sauce, and people put their own spins on it. They have their own agendas, and to me, honestly, that's just so sad. But that's just the way of the world. It just is what it is, how it goes. But what I want to do before we go too deep into it, I know a lot of y'all like to say Lisa D know about it. Ebooks has read about it. Um, Long story short, come correct. We're not gonna go deep into it because I want to give a history on it first. But the long story short for me, what the brother said basically is that they started with this guy. His brother started with this guy. He initiated whatever went down. The brother said that. The twin brother. The twin brother. So that's all I'm gonna say on that until we go deep. Okay, so listen, let me
Hold on. Keep in mind, it was raining. It was raining. That's why people were under the bleachers and under tents.
yeah, because the whole him being under the tent apparently it has a lot to do with what went on. The fact that they felt like he wasn't supposed to be there.
It was it was the the team. He okay. Neither one of them were in the track meet.
Let me thank Miss Margie. Thank you, thank you, Miss Margie. I appreciate the support, sweetie. We finna get into what happened, baby. We finna get into it. Go ahead, Deidre.
So neither one of them were in the track meet. They were at the track meet. If you notice, all of the articles say at the track meet. So they were both attending the track meet from different schools. So everything has to do with that tent. That's where it
Mhm.
all started, and that's where it all happened.
Mhm.
Now remember, the two brothers are white.
Oh, let me do that. I got visuals. Hold 1 second.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So, this is the victim. His name is Austin Metcalf. He has a twin brother. I don't think I know his twin brother's name off the rip. I don't think I read that, but it was him and his twin brother. This is Austin. This is Austin. Um excuse me, y'all. I am fighting sinuses. I apologize. This is Austin is the victim. Austin is the victim, and this is Carmelo Anthony. And when I when I heard that name, you know who I went to, the basketball star. But this young man is Carmelo with a K, not a C. So his name is Carmelo Anthony. I think both were 17 seniors in high school. Both are 17 seniors in high school. Um, but yeah,
His
that's
name his name is Hunter.
yes, I did hear that Hunter because that name Hunter. Well, I talk about that. I talk about that. Hey, time with Heal Pain. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. All right, Did you go ahead and say what you're gonna say, and then I'm gonna get into the video.
No, it's like I said. I've been studying the police report, and the police report is basically one sided because it's weird because there was only the people in the tent could see what happened. So only people in the tent know what happened, and
Mm,
others were involved in
mm,
this besides Austin.
mm.
So you're taking one side. You don't know how the boy felt, surrounded by people he doesn't really know.
Well,
That's
apparently he felt he needed
very
to. Well, we're gonna get into
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's the
Listen,
whole, that is the whole defense. But there's certain things within this case that a lot of people are trying to scrutinize about
hmm
the way the police handled it when they showed up.
yeah. All right. Hopefully this will play, y'all. Let's pray. If not, of course, I do visual. I mean, I do audio, but I prefer to do visual. We're gonna see what our laptop wants to do today. How much laptop wants to work. So I'm gonna try to play it, y'all. Like I said, again, appreciate everyone that's here supporting this live. Please hit the like button and feel free to support the channel. Okay, let's. Now, this particular video I chose is from, if I'm not mistaken, Court TV. Yeah, Court TV. And it was published on, because this is a couple of days old, y'all. Probably almost a week, if not a week. This was dropped 5 days ago. This was dropped 5 days ago on Court TV, and it's basically at that time what Court TV knew about what went on. Okay, and as I play the videos, they're time stamped, so they're like, this is back when it first happened, and then as we play videos, it will bring us to current. Okay, all right, let's listen.
All right, many of us saw that viral track beat moment, and now there's another one with much more dire circumstances. The family of a boy who was stabbed to death at a Texas track meet is speaking out against
It's
what they're
skipping, y'all.
calling a senseless incident. Boy, is it ever. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, spelled with
Oh, it's skipping.
okay, was
It is
charged
skipping. Let me see. Hold on, let me see if something else
with the
will
first
do.
a high school track meet just north of her, tried to save his brother, but the Metcalf say Austin died.
All right. Okay, of course. I think it dropped. Let me see. Let me see, y'all. Yeah, it dropped. I'm gonna try it one more time. right, let me see, y'all.
Many of us saw that viral track beat moment, and now there's another one with much more dire circumstances. The family of a boy who was stabbed to death at a Texas track meet is speaking out against what they're calling a senseless incident. Boy, is it ever. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, spelled with a K, was charged with a first-degree murder. Police say he stabbed Austin Beach just north of Dallas. The twin brother of 17-year-old, the victim here, tried to save his brother, but the Met gas say Austin died in his twin brother's arms.
I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I was I tried to help him.
He was the most amazing, smart. He had college football guys looking at him to play in college just because the kid was mad. My son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it.
Yeah, we're asking, well, what can be learned from this? Nothing. It's an unprecedented stabbing, according to the school district. It's a just.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that right there. And I'm gonna
Coastal
play the
Crossing Mike
audio,
officer
y'all.
also joining the conversation.
I'm gonna play the audio because I can't with the skipping. It irritates me, so I guess it would irritate y'all. Give me a second. Let me get it. Let me get the audio.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected.
I'm trying to see your comment, honey. The time when it be the last comment. Okay, so Time with Hill Payne says it's pretty sad to me that they're going so hard to get justice for the white twin, but not the black twins. In my opinion, I don't think that white twin is the saint the media proclaim him to be. I'm gonna talk about the twins too, sweetheart. I'm gonna talk about that too, and I'm also gonna talk about what the hell is my devices doing today. They are all possessed. I'm convinced. But yeah, a lot of people feel that way too as well. I feel a certain type of way, but yeah, it's listen. One thing I've come to realize about this world that we live in is it's weird. It's unfair. Um, it be straight up like bias when it comes to certain stuff, but people pretend like they don't see it, they don't want to acknowledge it. And to me, honestly, it's just sad because, the thing about it is the value that they place on everybody's life has no value. Like everybody's life is unvaluable. Like it's no like amount of money you can place on anybody's life. When I'm using money, but really I'm talking about just period. Because everybody is human. Everybody deserves the same amount of justice. Everybody deserves the same amount of respect. But just let's just be honest. Let's just be clear. That's not how it goes. And I think it's pretty sad. I can't talk and pull this up. Hold on, let me pull this up. I'm telling you, people can put a stain on your name so bad that people will believe these things. Your good name is the definition of who you are. Yeah. All right, let me play this, y'all, so y'all can hear it. All right, I'm gonna start it from the beginning. This clip is only like 5 minutes, okay? Absolutely, ebooks. I got the two pictures too that I want y'all to. I got y'all going deep before I'm ready to go deep, but I got two pictures. And then I'm gonna put up that the media are putting up or not putting up. When it comes to these two young men, you know what I'm saying? But let's listen to this clip.
All right, many of us saw that viral track beat moment. Now there's another one with much more dire circumstances. The family of a boy who was stabbed to death at a Texas track meet is speaking out against what they're calling a senseless incident. Boy, isn't ever. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, spelled with a K, was charged with a first-degree murder. Police say he stabbed Austin Metcalf after an altercation during a high school track meet just north of Dallas. The twin brother of 17-year-old the victim here tried to save his brother, but the Metcalf say Austin died in his twin brother's arms at the track meet. The surviving brother and mother spoke to ABC.
I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's what I saw. And I tried to help him.
He was the most amazing kid. Oh, so smart. He had college football guys looking at him to play in college just because the kid was mad my son is not here anymore. And I don't understand it.
Yeah, we're asking, well, what can be learned from this? Nothing. It's an unprecedented stabbing, according to the school district. It's a just difficult case all the way around. Let's bring in our guests, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor David Bruno, still with us. Joe Tamburino is with us, and retired NYPD detective Mike Alcazar also joining the conversation. Joe, this is a one of those just head shakers.
I really don't want to listen to that panel. I'm just trying to get y'all sort of kind of like a backstory of what happened as far as the case is concerned. I'm gonna play one more clip and then we're gonna get into the police report. We'll get into like panels and what other people have to say in a minute, but I'm not gonna listen to that right now. Let me see if I can. Law and crime. I'll listen to law and crime. Let's do law and crime. All right, let me switch this out. I just want everybody to know so far what's going on with the case. I don't want to listen to not right now anyway. See if it'll play.
This kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track.
This is the brother speaking, y'all. This is the brother speaking, the twin brother.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. He asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab.
Video from WFAA in Texas. Tragedy at a track meet. A teenage football's life cut short. His family says he died in his twin brother's arms. The suspect, according to police, was a fellow high school athlete who allegedly brought a knife to a track meet and changed so many lives, allegedly, in the course of doing so. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. It is hard to make sense of this story, and just wait until I tell you what the suspect in this case reportedly has told police about an alleged murder that happened in the middle of the week at a high school track meet in the middle of the day in Texas. This is Austin Metcalf. His family says he died in his twin brother's arms after he was stabbed at this track meet in Frisco, Texas, near Dallas. He was 17 years old, and his future on the field and in life was so bright. He was a junior at Memorial High School. He played football there. His dad says last season he was team MVP, and he had a 4.0 GPA in the classroom. According to his X account, he was getting looks to.
Let me see if this will play, y'all. Hold on.
Our 10 at track. He asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move. Like, make me move." Grab his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't
All
see
right.
Play at the next level and by some
Play
big
the audio.
schools. Here he is at a recruiting event for the Arkansas Razorbacks. They play in the SEC. If you know college football, that is as big as it gets. He was a multi-sport athlete, and he was also on his high school's track team, which is who he was competing for on April 2nd at this stadium in his hometown of Frisco, about 40 minutes from Dallas. And if you've ever run track, you know these meets, there's a lot of downtime in between the events. Each team typically has its own spot to hang out, and Austin was reportedly under a tent with his teammates when rain started falling on Wednesday. KXAS TV in Dallas has the police report that states that the suspect, who goes to a different high school, was under Metcalf's team's tent, and he was told to move. Witnesses say the suspect then unzipped a bag, he reaches in and told Metcalf, quote, "Touch me and see what happens." That's when witnesses say Austin Metcalf got up and grabbed the suspect, who then allegedly took out a knife and stabbed Austin in the chest. Austin's twin brother told WFAA TV this. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and I'm not going to talk about the rest. Metcalf's family says that Austin died in his brother's arms. Here's a picture of the boys with their dad. This is the suspect. His name is Carmelo Anthony. He is facing a charge of murder. He is being held on $1 million bond. Even though I'm using the term alleged in this story, because all defendants, all suspects are innocent until proven guilty.
You know,
Anthony
it be so hard for me. Let me say this, y'all. Let me say this. It be so hard for me to, and Lord knows I wish this audio would play. Not the audio, but the visual. But listen, it be hard for me to cover cases like this because it be such bias. Like I stated before, I cannot, like, honestly, like, in any situation in life, you know what I'm saying? I feel as though people ought to be fair. I know it's not possible. I know that, we live in a world where, people just, they just ain't gonna do it. It just ain't gonna be done. Now, I'm sitting here watching the visuals, and like I said, I wish, and you know what? I'm gonna go out and come up on a different browser and see if I can get these visuals to play. I'm trying so hard because I want y'all to see what I'm talking about, right? I'm gonna let D True talk for me, and D True, don't go too deep before I play this. What we listening to? We're gonna get into the police report, but I'm gonna let D True talk while I try to pull it up where we can watch the visuals, because I just feel as though like they showing, and don't get it twisted. Like, for those that don't know, I'm a parent of a son that was murdered. Okay, so I don't, and let me say this too, starting off. Prayers up for both families. Prayers up for the family of the young man that was unalived, and also prayers for the young man who's dealing, the family that's dealing with this. So listen, I talked to one of my friends this morning before I actually did this, because I was going back and forth on whether or not I was going to do it, and she was like, "Do you honestly think that you could really talk about this and not be biased?" And the thing about it is, yes, I can. Like, listen, in any situation, I feel as though it's just it everything has to be fair. Like, you have to be fair. You cannot place more value on one person's life than the other. And I know that's not how this world works. I know it because we live in a society now. It's just jacked up. It's just all jacked up. And even though I'm in the position of the parents of the young man that passed away, that's my story. But I can still say, when it comes to this incident, people have to be fair. Like, you can't gloss over the facts. You can't make it seem like this young man's life, even though his life was invaluable, so is the other young man's life. Like, you can't place more value on one person's life and not the other. And you have to speak the truth. Like, you can't make up stuff. What happened that day happened. And what happened is the truth. And you can't take that truth and distort it just because you want to feel like this young man just all of a sudden decided to take this up. Because see, as much glory, as you glorify this young man that passed away, you also have to glorify the young man that's still here. That young man was not what we consider a troubled teen. Like, he is not what we look at as a troublemaker. And we're gonna get into all that. And listen, I listened to numerous videos and read a lot of stuff before I started feeling the way I feel. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, and my feelings don't have anything to do with color. It don't have anything to do with this family may have money, this family don't, because none of that matters. Like, none of that matters. These are two young lives that's forever changed. Like, one is gone and one, we don't know what's gonna happen to him. Cause just like Austin had a bright future, so did Carmelo. And I hate it when people just act like, because he did what he did. And apparently the young man, I'm gonna get into all that. But let me drop down and try to pull this up under another browser to see if this visual will play. The truth, if you can you talk to the people while I do that?
The media is not picking sides, but the kid that's dead is the victim. He's dead. Of course, they're going to shine a brighter light on the victim than they are the suspect. Okay, all you're getting is people coming forward for the victim. No one's going to come forward for the suspect because they're told not to say anything. Don't say anything. Keep it quiet. We need the facts to come out in court, not in the media. Because remember, everything that's said in the media is usually chopped and screwed. So a lot of people aren't coming forward and saying things about him. Was he a good student? He must have been. He was at school. He was watching his track team play. I didn't know. I was unclear whether Austin was on the track team. I know his brother's not on the track team.
Neither one of them. Neither one of the teams were actually participating in the track meet. They were not.
Austin is
They
on the track team.
listen, but they were not competing that day.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
They were
Yeah,
both.
I know they were there because they
both
keep
spectators, is what I'm saying.
they keep saying at. They keep saying at the
Yeah.
track. They don't say if one of them was participating that day, it would have been at his track meet, not
Right.
at track meet. That's what confused me.
And
'Cause
they
then I
wouldn't have
saw
been. They wouldn't have been under that tent. They were spectators.
now
They
both the
were watching
brother,
the track meet.
yeah, both the brother and him were under that tent.
Hmm.
And I'm trying to figure out, was it raining at the time and there was a pause between, so everybody was under trying to find shelter, because I know the police report, it says they needed to get out of the rain, so they brought them to another area to talk to them to get out of the rain. So I don't know if it was raining at the time and the meet had been suspended and everyone was waiting to see if they were going to be able to go back out and continue. I don't know. Those are things they're not really talking about, which they should be, because that's very important. Because when people are standing around and doing nothing, they get frustrated and they start looking for things to do. So as far as the media goes, they're always going to paint the victim in a prettier light than they do the suspect. But you got it ready?
I'm not saying whether or not should be placed in the prettiest, whatever. I'm just saying speak facts. Don't negate the facts. Don't do that. Don't say what's all bad. Cause see, the reason why I feel the way I feel about this, I'm gonna talk about it later, is this whole this whole photo that's circulating with this young kid. I don't want to talk about it right now because we're gonna get into it, but it's a reason why I feel the way I feel about it being unbiased, it being biased, and people are trying to paint a picture of this young man instead of just speaking facts, instead of just being honest about the facts. That's all. It's a clear listen. You say the media ain't picking sides. The truth, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the media always paints the victim.
Okay, well, you just said the media weren't picking sides, but then
No,
you turn around and you saying the media is picking the side of the victim, and they are. They are. They are. The way they are, you know, depicting this young man, they're not being fair. They're not being fair. They're not. They putting up, the same kind of photos and star athletic photos and everything that they can put up of the victim. They have those same kind of photos when it comes to Carmelo, and they putting up his mugshot. They're not putting up a photo like this in my background. They're not using that photo. So we just got to be honest and saying because he's the victim, and I'm not gonna even go as far as saying because he's Caucasian. I'm not gonna say that. I'm saying they saying because he's the victim, they're painting him in one light, and they're painting this other young man in a light that's not. It's not. It's not fair. It's not fairly true.
it's well, who understand that the media goes for what they think people are going to watch.
I get that.
Okay, and for the media to say, well, we're going to make this
Hey,
kid
B
look like
Renee, good to see you, sweetie.
we're going to make this kid look like a great kid, the one that perpetrated the crime. That's not going to
Absolutely.
happen.
I'm looking at a photo now, pulling up my YouTube, and they got a side by side of Carmelo's mugshot and this guy in a football uniform. Why they don't have? Why they got? I'm that's it, listen. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is the media is going to do this because they know that's what the people want to see. People want to watch heartstrings, and they want to know they want the sympathy and the stuff like that. If the media goes and
But
tries
you
to
know what,
portray
these
him,
things, and listen, I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try my best not to do what other people are doing and make this a race thing, but it's gonna be pretty hard because let me say this. Let me say this. If the tables will turn, if the tables will turn, it wouldn't be that way.
it wouldn't even be on TV.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's plenty of black children that get stabbed every day and they ain't on TV. This is on TV because of what the state of America is right now. This wouldn't be a nationwide uh, spotlight if it wasn't for what America is going through right now.
Family says that Austin died in his brother's
All right, let me see what it's gonna do, y'all. I'm gonna try it again on this other browser. Thank y'all so much for joining again. Y'all hit the like button. Support the channel. This is from Law and Crime TV, y'all. Let's see.
This kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab.
Video from WFAA in Texas. Tragedy at a track meet. A teenage football brother's arms. The suspect, according to police, was a fellow high school athlete who allegedly brought a knife to a track meet and changed so many lives. Allegedly. It is hard to make sense of this story, and just wait until I tell you what the suspect in this case reportedly has told police about an alleged murder that happened in the middle of the week at a high school track meet in the middle of the day in Texas. This is Austin Metcalf. His family says he died in his twin brother's arms after he was stabbed at this track. Was so bright. He was a junior at Memorial High School. He played football there. His dad says last season he was team MVP and he had a 4.0 GPA in the classroom. According to his ex account, he was getting looks to play at the next level and by some. They play in the SEC. If you know college football, that is as big as it gets. He was a multi-sport athlete, and he was also on his high school's track team, which is who he was competing for on April 2nd. And if you've ever run track, you know these meets, there's a lot of downtime in between the events. Each team typically has its own spot to hang out. And Austin was reportedly under a tent with his teammates when rain started. The police report that states that the suspect, who goes to a different high school, was under Metcalf's team's tent, and he was told to move. Witnesses say the suspect then unzipped a bag. He reaches in and told Metcalf, quote, "Touch me and see what happens." That's when witnesses say Austin Metcalf got up and grabbed the suspect, who then allegedly took out a knife and stabbed Austin in the chest. Austin's twin brother.
Austin grabbed his see the stab, but then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest.
Metcalf's family says that Austin died in his brother's arms. Here's a picture of the boys with their dad. This is the suspect. His name is Carmelo Anthony. I'm using the term alleged in this story because all defendants, all suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Anthony reportedly is not using that term. He told police, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it." That is according to the arrest warrant obtained by KXAS TV. Metcalf claiming self-defense. Alleged, I did it. That is according to the arrest. We'll get into why.
2025, Centennial High School, Frisco, Texas.
Anthony was also a football player. This was him mic'd up for a tournament that was posted on YouTube, and he linked to it on his X account. Anthony's high school was just about 7 miles from where Metcalf went to high school. It appears up until Wednesday, August 2nd, Anthony had somewhat of a bright future as well. His social media shows that he was getting offers to play college football. At least his social media claimed that. Like these Division III schools in Texas and Louisiana, and this small school in Kansas. On Huddle, which is a social media site for football recruits, he wrote, quote, "God has shown you the right path, just take it." That was in his bio. Now he's facing the possibility of never being on a football field again, or frankly, being a free person ever again, because he is charged with murder. We saw a user write to him on X saying, quote, "Ruined your whole future, dude." Now, if the allegations are true, if he's convicted, frankly, the only future that truly matters in this story is that of Austin Metcalf, a future that was ended, and the future of his family and how they heal after what happened at this track meet on Wednesday. Austin's dad has a GoFundMe page that has raised nearly $200,000.
Is that what you just said? Did you? Are you listening?
The only future he has is a life.
No. Hold on.
Football, at least his social media claimed that. Like these Division III schools in Texas and Louisiana, and this small school in Kansas. On Huddle, which is a being on a football field again, or frankly, being a free person ever again, because he is charged with murder. We saw a user write to him on X saying, quote, "Ruined your whole future, dude." Now, if the allegations are true, if he's convicted, frankly, the only future that truly matters in this story is that of Austin Metcalf, a future that was ended, and the future of his family and how they heal after what happened at the track meet.
He did say that. He said the only future that matters is that of Austin's. Do you agree with that, D-True?
No, you said it earlier. Both families have been upended. Both children in this particular thing had changed their life forever. One is not here anymore, and the other one faces scrutiny. Even if he was to be acquitted, they wouldn't let that boy live in peace.
No, they're not. His future, irregardless, to be honest, is tainted. I'm not gonna say ruined. I'm not gonna say that. But I'm gonna say it is altered. It's
changed forever.
Well, how could you say that though? Like, how can you say the only future that matters? both of their futures matter. It's so true that Austin is gone. Like, I feel so bad for that family. I really, really, really do. And listen, y'all, if y'all hear vitriol in my voice, it is not towards that family that lost their child. It is not. It's this whole media situation and everything that everybody is putting on this case. Like, it's just disgusting to me, and it's just really, really, it really pisses me off. It really pisses me off. Cause see, when people come out here and they speak and they have their own agenda, they don't think about the family. They don't. They don't think about the fact that Austin is gone. His family is never ever gonna be the same. That mother is missing her child, and she's never gonna stop. They ain't thinking about the fact that Carmelo's parents are all they also are, you know what I'm saying, devastated. People don't think about the family. They think about, they wanna put a label on everything. They wanna have something to come out here and exploit. You know what I'm saying? And it's comments like this that piss me off. Both of those young men future matters. See, you're not gonna disregard this young man because he just so happened to be the perpetrator and that guy's the victim. You're not gonna do that. Because to be honest, from everything I've listened to, and I ain't listened to everything, but from what I'm listening to, that young man feared for his life. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. I don't see this young man having the future that he had and being the type of student and young man that he was, just all of a sudden chose that day and said he was gonna take somebody's life. I don't think that happened that way. I don't. And another thing that probably got me feeling a certain type of way is because I know how these situations go down. Look, let me explain something to y'all. And I'm gonna be very candid. My baby brother went to a private school. Well, actually, my baby brother and my sister twin went to a private school. But I'm talking about my baby brother because he was in a situation such as this before. He was an athlete, star athlete at a majority Caucasian private school. And an incident happened at a basketball game. It wasn't track, it was basketball. Okay. Well, he was placed in the same type of situation this young man was in. And I'm not saying what happened with my little brother happened with this guy. I just know the mob mentality that goes down when certain things like this happen in a setting like that. I know personally, like real life, how the shit can pop out so fast, and how it becomes this whole mob mentality, this whole group mob mentality. Hold on, y'all. And a person can fear for the not even their life, their safety. I'm gonna just put it like that. And I'll talk more about it as we get into this story. But I just know, and I just feel in my spirit, like on my heart, that young man feared for his life. But anywho, let's listen to this. Let's listen.
Wednesday this week. Austin's dad has a GoFundMe page. It has raised nearly $200,000. At the time of this recording, the page includes pictures of Austin, his dad, and his twin brother from when they were young. His dad writes, quote, "He was a leader of men. His smile would light up the room. His passion for football was unbelievable." And it's hard not to get emotional looking at this picture of a dad and his sons just fishing, looking out at the water at a pond, and to think of everything that was taken away by an alleged decision this week. On that GoFundMe page, his dad finishes by saying, quote, "We will all remember him for the way he impacted others' lives. I love you forever, son. It's not goodbye. It's see you later. God will take care of us till we meet again. RIP. Love, Dad." Austin's last post on social media was on March 31st. He wrote on X, quote, "Faith that God got me and my work will pay off." Join us now to talk about this case. It certainly has a lot of people talking is trial attorney Bridget Williams, who joins us from Dallas, Texas. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. I know that this has been headline news in your city. The questions that you have based off the information that we've been able to get so far.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I would say some of the questions that are running through my mind is just, what is it that could have caused it to have led to this in the first place? And also just, I feel like there needs to be some type of just education for individuals for what is it that is self-defense? What is it that it really means for self-defense? Because in a situation like this escalates so quickly from one person thinking that he was defending himself, and in fact, he wasn't.
Bridget, you bring up a good point because I think it can be a very delicate
Did she
part of these
say?
conversations and stories we cover to
Did
say
she
that.
say he wasn't? Is that what she said?
Yes, but remember, she's on his show.
And it ain't no coincidence that they chose a black woman to be on his show.
That
That's no coincidence.
has similar views. Did you get what I just sent you?
Oh, hold on, D2. Hold
I just
on.
sent you Texas Penal Code 131.
Okay, you just gonna have to read this though, because I'm happy that this is playing, and I don't want to interrupt it to
All right, go
try
ahead.
to.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna let you read. We're gonna get into all this when we get into the report. I don't even know if I'm listening to this whole thing. I'm just listening right now to just, like I said, to get some type of view of what people are saying. This is what's got me pissed off. I ain't gonna even lie. Let me see what Ebrook said, and I can't see it on my this happened to my boyfriend in high school. He was on the football and basketball teammate player called him the N-word and he punched him. See, I know the Gail King wannabe did not just say that. Yes, she did. How do you determine that though? Like, I don't know why they would think that this young man just all of a sudden. Listen, this wasn't a gang fight on the streets. This wasn't a brawl on the boulevard. Like this wasn't. All right, we're gonna get to the police report, y'all.
What the Metcalf family went through. They will never see their son ever again. And then you look at this suspect, and you know there's questions about why you would even bring a knife to a track meet or anything like that. But how do you? He had college offers to go play football, and then this decision on this day, April 2nd, at a track meet over something the rest of his life behind bars, and his family, who might have thought that they had a future college football player in their house, now very well may end up.
That's exactly right. Something like this that is evolved and snowballed. That's what it seems like to me. Snowballed over something that may have just been some high school student getting into some type of disagreement. And what is appropriate for self-defense? Whenever we're into just a oral disagreement, then that transfers over to a physical disagreement, or then to a knife. And so, and under Texas law, you have to provide equal or lesser value, generally, so force, whenever about self-defense. Is it reasonable?
Did the man not realize or recognize, or did bad woman right here not realize or recognize that the guy said, and it dropped? I think it dropped. Hold on. I'm gonna play the audio, but do they not recognize or realize that the guy said out his mouth that Austin approached and attacked
And his brother.
Carmelo? They approached him and grabbed him. Do they not realize that he just said that? So it's not like they're trying to make it seem like the boy said, you know, you need to leave from up under our tent, and Carmelo just said, okay, I'm gonna grab my knife and I'm gonna stab you. That's not how it went.
But that's how they told the story. Because if we know anything, if you're telling a story, you're always going to shine the better light on yourself, aren't you? It's not, he doesn't want to speak on the part that they approached him. And they're much bigger than Carmela. And that there was physical contact from both brothers to Carmela. They're not mentioning any of that when they talk about it.
Absolutely. Okay. I'm gonna play the audio, y'all. I don't know why I can't hear. Oh, I cut it down. Hold on.
This stating, he told the other person, pretty much, don't touch me. And that person did, in fact, touch him.
Hold on, let's go back.
value generally, so force, whenever we're talking about self defense. Is it reasonable and is it proportionate to that of what the perpetrator initiated before? Because in this situation, the suspect is stating he told the other person pretty much, don't touch me. And that person did, in fact, touch him, and then he pulled out a knife. So yes, maybe there was some issues there where we talked about physical altercations, but that doesn't give you the right or the responsibility to respond back with a knife. It has to be reasonable and proportionate.
How do, once you get to a trial portion, actually be able to figure that out? You'll have what he will say, and let's say if he goes with the self-defense argument when we get to that point, but then you're going to have witnesses that will lay out the narrative. And how do you get to the point where you figure out, okay, this is what people are saying what happened, and then this is the law, and you merge the two together to figure out what the appropriate punishment should be?
Yeah, I think that actually starts way before a trial setting. That would start really in the discovery aspect. So when we are looking through the discovery, and we'll be able to see what are the affidavits from each of the witnesses stating, what did the actual suspect himself state, because he made statements that were.
Hold on a minute. Here's what doesn't make sense. If he was a promising football player, he knows having a knife gets you expelled. It will come down to the fact. No. First of all, he wasn't in school. That's first of all. He wasn't in school. He was at a track meet. And you know what? To be honest, and listen, this is just my opinion. When I speak on my opinion, anybody else are free to put their opinions in the chat, because I'm pretty sure there's people that don't agree with me. But I didn't see anything wrong with him having a knife. I don't. And the reason why I don't is because sometimes young men that are in certain situations feel as though they have to have something to defend themselves. I'm happy it wasn't a gun. Like, honestly, if it had been a gun, to be honest, I would be saying, wow, why are you walking around with a gun? Like, but as far as a knife is concerned, it don't get, well, it may get iffy. It may get, but see, the thing about it though, Gabe, even if it is iffy, it's not illegal. It wasn't illegal. I don't think. I'm sure the truth to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it was illegal for him to have that knife.
Yes, it was.
Okay, well, if it's illegal, charge him with
Well,
the knife.
here's the thing about it. The
And let me say this before I forget. Does anybody why people are questioning why he would have a knife? Is anybody questioning why he felt the need to have one?
That's the question that needs to be answered. Why? But the law states that you cannot have a blade longer than the palm of your hand.
Do we know how long the blade was?
No, I don't. I'm going to find out in a second. But that usually, if a cop stops you and pulls out a knife and the blade is longer than the palm of your hand, they consider it to be illegal, like a Bowie knife or even any kind of.
Because I ain't gonna even lie to you. I ain't gonna even lie to you. My daughters ride around with knives in their car.
In Texas law, you can do that. You can ride around with a gun in your car.
And they do that too.
There's nothing
registered and all. Cause I mean, come on now, bro. Like, honestly, sometimes listen, it's gonna be things about this case that we don't know. Exactly, Bruce, but it's gonna be things about, and me myself thinking as a parent and thinking why my kids, walking around with the thought that they may have to defend themselves because the shit happens, because they can be in certain situations that require them to have to defend themselves. Now, why people are saying, oh, he had a knife, oh, he had a knife. My question is why he felt he needed a knife at a track meet. Because guess what? This wasn't the first track meet. This young man must have felt that he needed something in his possession to defend himself. Like, honestly, does he make it a habit of just walking around with the knife or what? See, it be people just looking at, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he had a knife. Oh, he had a knife. Okay, why did he feel the need to have a knife? See, we don't want to go deep. You know what I'm saying? Why did he feel? Why did this young man who was not a thug, who was not a gangster, who was not a problem child, why did he feel the need to have a knife in his book? And he didn't have a knife on him. It was in his book bag. Why did he feel the need to have a knife at a track meet? And another thing people are not talking about is the fact that it wasn't just Austin that was fucking with this young man. It wasn't just Austin that wasn't gonna jump on him and whoop his ass. Because guess what? I honestly believe that those young men were gonna jump on him. I believe that shit. Like honestly, I do. Mob mentality. It happens. In Texas, while it's generally legal to own and carry knives, those who blaze on. Okay, great.
All right, I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read the whole thing. Though. It says in Texas, while generally legal to own and carry knives, those with blades longer than 5.5 inches are considered location restricted knives and have limitations on where they can be carried, such as schools, courthouses, and bars. That's the Texas law considering knives. And Texas law allows 18-year-olds and older to carry knives. Yeah, they said you can carry a machete, saber, spears, swords.
Come on now here. They say you can carry guns. What's the damn knife?
Well, that's it though. You have to be a person eligible to own a gun is able to carry a gun anywhere in Texas without having a concealed permit, and it is an open carry state. But you also can have it concealed, and nobody can't say anything. You just have to be able, by law, to own that weapon. That's it.
All right, let's finish this because I want to get into the police report. Let's listen.
Not where someone asked him any questions. He volunteered statements. And so all of that information is used even prior to trial. And so the state will be using that at all of those things combined in what we call totality of the circumstances to offer him some type of offer punishment range. And so that is, I think it starts way before trial. It starts way before that. And so and the state will, again, make an offer based off of all of those issues combined.
In a lot of these cases where someone makes a self-defense argument, and I feel like I don't even understand when these cases come up from state to state where you would think someone feels, hey, I feel threatened. I have this weapon on me. In this case, it was allegedly a knife. Some cases we see someone who has a firearm, and in that moment they make this decision and they say, hey, I was defending myself. And then, you know, the police will say that's actually not what self-defense actually is. How common in the situations that you've dealt with in your career, is there just a complete lack of awareness from a suspect or a defendant about what actually is self-defense?
It happens more often than you think. Here in Texas, now most people are allowed to carry a gun or a firearm. So we all know that. However, when we do those things, we need to also be educating ourselves, especially students as well. And students, and I would say everyone, really needs to educate themselves on when it is appropriate for self-defense. So we have several cases I've seen in my career where someone may have brandished a firearm driving down the interstate, just showing someone else a firearm if someone may have cut them off on the interstate or something, and that is not allowed. You cannot do that. You can be charged. And so I think just educating ourselves on what the law says self-defense is, in combination with getting a firearm if you're going to get one, that is really important, because you want to make sure that you are protecting yourself, and then that you are making sure that you're doing everything proper so you won't be charged with something going down the line.
Yeah, I look at this case, very different situation, but like Daniel Penny in New York, who was the man on a subway who claimed.
I'm glad he talked about Daniel Penny, because we're gonna listen to a content creator and after D Truth after we go into the police report, we're gonna listen to this guy, and I'm gonna tell y'all the name of his channel when we get into it. He brings up Daniel Petty. He brings up uh 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 the guy that unalived Trayvon Martin, and he also brings up the what's that man? What's that young boy's name? Start with a RD Truth. I'm all over the place right now. What is his name? The young man that went and shot the 3 people and 2 died. Starts with an R. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't remember. Shot the 3 people.
Rittenhouse.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about it at the protest, and he
He
was
brings
said
up
he
he
said
brings up those 3 cases and the
yeah.
comparisons in this case, and I think he did an excellent job. I don't even know why these guys bringing up this guy because listen, let's just listen what you guys say.
Self-defense, when there was someone having a mental health episode and that person ends up losing their life. Of course, stand your ground laws in Florida are always a hot topic when a case comes up involving those. Why is it that it seems like from state to state, we have a difficult time across the board understanding what self-defense actually looks like?
Why come it's okay for certain people to use it and not others? Why come it's in certain cases? Because see, let me tell you what happens. Like if this was let me tell you what I see. If the roles were reversed, let me just tell you what I witnessed over the years. When Caucasian young men go on shooting sprees and they go to killing people, what's always used. I give you one guess. The truth. The defense that's always used.
That they're nuts.
Thank you. Okay. So now this young man saying self-defense. He's saying he defended himself, but that's far fetched. But every time they go and shoot up schools and shoot up clubs and shit of that nature, it's always mental health. Just like with the guy who let's listen.
It's difficult because every state has their own rules, right? So every state has a different set of self-defense rules. Just like you stated, in Florida, there's stand your ground laws. In Texas, we don't necessarily have that. So here in the state of Texas, again, self-defense has to be reasonable and it has to be appropriate for exactly what it is that the perpetrator.
My thing is this: if a young man feel like he's being accosted, like if he feel like he's being jumped, what was he like? Was he supposed to just stand there and let it happen? Because he wasn't gonna be able to fight those guys. And that's another thing that's not being said. It wasn't just Austin. Hey, boss. It wasn't just Austin. It was not. The fact of the matter is, the young man was under a tent of an opposing school. Everybody around him, he did not know. They were friends of the victims, including his twin brother. I mean, what was he supposed to do? Like literally, like let them just jump him? I'm just asking the question. That's all. The guy put his hands on him, like he approached him. He grabbed him. Did he think he was gonna hug him? Just like the white man that shot up the people in the church and they took him to Ooh.
Or the other person initiated. And so the important thing to do is if you're going to be in a state, to inform yourself about the laws of that particular state.
Shit.
Ignorance of the law is not a defense.
Really don't,
it never is.
Listen, I'm trying to be fair and I'm trying to listen to this because I respect law and crime, that channel, but this woman is getting on my fucking nerves. Like, honestly, she bringing up all these other scenarios. Just stick to the damn case, ma'am. Please just stick to the case. Hey, Miss Carla. You bringing up all this other shit, and that don't matter. It don't matter.
Or will be. And so you have to make sure that you are informed in the best way possible, learning as much as possible as you can if you're going to be in a particular state. And so that way you'll know how to protect yourself.
This suspect, Carmelo Anthony, is being held on $1 million bond. He's been charged with.
And look at the bond. Is that normal?
Yes, for murder, yes. 1 million is normal.
In the state of Texas. Because see, it ain't normal here.
Yeah, 1 million is first degree murder. It has really no limitation on the bond that they want to set. It's up to the judge. And like I said,
How many times do you think that $1 million bond is placed though?
A lot in Texas, but it's usually placed by the police department. Like when you're first arrested and you haven't seen a judge yet, they will throw the $1 million bond out immediately. Immediately that comes out for murder. Now, I don't know. I think his bond has been reduced. Let me see what his bond is. But $1 million was day of the arrest. And remember, he did confess that he did it. So I don't know what the consideration was because usually 1 million.
Look up the definition for first degree murder. And I'm gonna play this while you do that.
All right.
Murder. I'm sure you've had difficult conversations with people who have been charged with crimes they never thought that they would ever be charged with. People who are not career criminal.
I'm just trying to see how money helps you heal. Now, you know what? I may piss a lot of people off in talking about this. Hell, I may piss myself off. Hell, I may piss the truth off. I don't know, but I'm not gonna talk about this case if I'm not honest about how I feel, and I'm gonna point out everything that I feel that's fucked up about the case, whether it's on the family's Austin side or even Carmelo side, because that's just what I have to do. Now I'm looking at this GoFundMe for Austin's family. Okay. And the title reads Honoring Austin Metcalf. Help his family heal. Can somebody explain to me how money help you heal when you lose your son? You know, normally when somebody put up a GoFundMe, is help me bury my loved one, help me with medical expenses for my loved one, help me, give this to my loved one's children, or help, people that's taking care. Who says donate to my GoFundMe to help my family heal? How does money heal? How does money heal? Cause see, I ain't made now dollar or has been given now dollar since I lost my son that helped me heal. Not one, not a dollar.
What are those conversations like?
Those conversations can sometimes be very difficult. We're having that conversation a lot of times with the actual client, so that could the defendant himself, but also their family, because this situation not only impacts just this one person, but it impacts their families and their lives for a very, very long time. So those conversations can be extremely difficult. This suspect being held on a $1 million bond is not uncommon. I think that is generally appropriate. In this specific city, Frisco, that is what we call Collin County, they are putting a bond in place because of the offense, right? So the nature of the offense, which is a murder case, is he a danger to himself and to others? In a situation like this, you presented a knife at a physical altercation, you're a danger to others. And you could very well be a danger to yourself. And so I don't foresee a judge going down much lower on the bond. More than likely, his attorney will have a bond hearing asking the court to reduce that bond down if his family cannot afford to post that bond for him. But that would be the next steps for a defense attorney to try to set a bond hearing to try to get his bond reduced down. However, based on the nature of the offense and his danger, just status to...
I just can't get up. And I'm probably going to have to stop looking at this if I'm going to continue to listen. Because I can't keep watching this. I ain't going to even tell y'all what's bothering me right now.
First degree murder in the state of Texas goes to denying bond altogether if evidence shows that there's a good case that this person is guilty. Normally, they don't give a bond there's
It's
no
not the statute for first degree murder, D Truth. I'm talking about the statute. I'm not talking about the bond. I'm talking about why he was even charged with first degree murder.
because he reached in the back. He mentally had the wherewithal to reach in a bag and pull a knife out. That's why it's first degree murder. There was thought behind it. Remember, first degree and second degree murder, the difference is that it's an act of passion or an act that is not becoming of the person. It's out of fear or whatever. So it's gonna be, I don't think they're gonna stay with the first degree murder, to be honest, because his defense is he feared for his life. So I believe they're going to reduce the charge.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you a hypothetical question.
Mm-hmm.
If it were you making this charge, right, of determining whether it's first or second degree or whatever murder, right? So would you consider? Let me give you two scenarios, okay? I'm gonna give you two scenarios. A young man who's approached by another young man or several other young men, and he's attacked, because I'm gonna say he was attacked, and he decides to reach into his bag and pull out a knife, right? And then another young man who hunts a person down, like shoots him. The person is attempting to get away, and then they run and they track him down, and they shoot him two more times. Which one would you consider first degree?
Well, again, it's not. They're always going to charge you with a higher crime. Now they say they can go back and bring the charge up, or they can bring the charge down. But in this case, they're saying he had time to think about it. He was pushed out of the tent, and he went in his bag and got it out.
Well, you heard he was pushed out of the tent.
Yeah, they threw him down. They pushed him out.
So they threw him down. Mm-hmm. So that's still not enough for him to feel like he needed to defend himself.
Well, again, it's not up to the police to provide you with a defense. It's up to your defense attorneys to provide you with that. They're just putting what they have heard and what they've got witnesses saying. So if you notice, nobody's talking about that, are they? That they both of them put hands on that boy, both of them. It just happened to be Austin standing in front of him when he got the knife out of the bag. See what I'm saying? But again, the police are not the ones. He was charged with first degree murder. He admitted that he did it. Because he claims self-defense does not mean that they're going to charge you with second degree murder or manslaughter. The facts aren't lining up to what he's saying. So now it's up to his defense attorneys to prove that it was self-defense. The police are going to charge him with the highest crime that they could get. A boy is dead. That boy did not have a weapon. That's what they're seeing. And that's all they're seeing.
Community to others with something such of this magnitude, I don't foresee it going down much lower.
In cases when it comes to bond, because I know in some cases you might be able to get a bail bondsman, you only have to put down, I think in some states like 10%. I mean, 10%. Realistically, what 10%? What would his family have to put forward if he was to be released on bond ahead of trial?
Yeah, and that's up to him and his family. So here in Texas, you can do what's called a bail bond or a surety bond, where they can get a bail bondsman to post the bond for them, where they would have to pay 10% along with some state fees. That's the norm. Some bail bondsmen charge a little more than that, but they have that as an option. Or they can pay a cash bond. The cash bond is where they would pay the full amount, but then they would get that full amount back once the case is resolved. When you pay the surety bond with a bail bondsman, you never get that money back. That is the money that you pay directly to them. And then the bail bondsman company is responsible, fully responsible. If you don't show back up to court, now they are fully responsible for the full amount of that bond to the court. So the cash bond is the other option where they can pay the full amount directly to the court. The family will get that amount back at the end of the case.
And this suspect, Carmelo Anthony, 17 years old, so technically still a minor being charged as an adult. Why is it in so many cases when someone's close to being 18, even though they're still a juvenile, they are charged as an adult?
It just really just depends. Every case is just such a case by case basis. And then the courts will, the juvenile courts can sometimes just petition to the district courts in order for, based off of the severity of the offense, for that to be tried in a district court or county court of law. This is a severity type of case. I don't see why it's not moving forward in the district court. This is where it needs to be.
What's the timeline if this is something that happened on April 2nd? So I think it was on Wednesday this week. What's the timeline look like to when there eventually could be a trial?
It really just depends.
Hold on a minute, y'all.
This trial will take 2 years to be seen in the court.
I'm back, y'all. Let's listen.
So the cases such as this have no what we call statute of limitations. And so the police department has quite some time to build up their case. And then once they do that, they present it to the DA's office. The DA's office at the felony level then will present that case to a grand jury. The grand jury then decides if there has been enough probable cause and then moves forward to an actual prosecutor. That time frame could take months. It could technically take years before he actually has a trial date or a court date. So before we get to a trial date, before he gets to a court date. So that process could take months, years before we even get started on moving forward with this case.
And I think of Carmelo Anthony, this isn't someone who I've seen has a criminal record, not like a career criminal, someone who appeared to be had a bright future, on the right track, captain of the football team, had college offers. How much will the court take that into consideration when eventually, if he's found guilty, and listen, he's charged with, there's no worse offense than taking the life of someone else, and Austin Metcalf's family, he's gone forever. So I'm not making light of that, but I do think of this not being a career criminal and someone in the heat of the moment made a terrible, terrible decision thinking it was self-defense. Could that factor into how much time he potentially could spend in prison?
I think that those things would go into account during the punishment phase. So not necessarily during the guilt innocence phase. And that's if this even moves forward to a trial. So let's say that, let's go back a little bit. Let's say that they decide that they're not going to move forward with the trial setting and they're going to try to work out some type of agreement with the prosecutors. The prosecutors will then be able to take that into account in some type of mitigating circumstances, stating just all the things that you just said. Maybe he was a great student, straight A's, about to go to college and was a great athlete, all these different things. And so those are things that can be taken into account there. If he moves forward with a trial setting, that does not go into effect, in my opinion, for the guilt innocence phase. It's either, did you meet the elements that for murder? Yes, no. And then once that is confirmed or not confirmed, if it is confirmed, then those things will go into account for the punishment phase, which is separate. And so a lot of times the defense attorney will be building up the case there for the punishment phase to try to reduce the punishment as much as possible.
How likely is it, with what you know, maybe just what you know from what prosecutors are like in the county where Frisco is located, and also the evidence at this point that it seems that the authorities have, that they would do a plea deal or negotiate a plea deal, as opposed to just saying, we have pretty clear evidence that you did this, we're going to take this to trial and make sure you face the full extent of the law?
Yeah, I think that the prosecutors in most counties around Texas, around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, are going to be somewhat reasonable. They're going to take in that information as much as possible. Just like we stated before, we're going to use mitigating circumstances to take into consideration the punishment phase and what is appropriate for this particular defendant. Now, the prosecutors do run all of the offers that they provide generally by the victim. In this situation, the victim's family. So if they offer him 10 years TDCJ, which is prison, then normally they run that past the family and make sure that the family is okay with that offer. They don't have to wait for their approval, but generally they just run it by them to see how they feel about it, and if that is something that they would be okay with. And so I definitely think that it is something that they take into consideration, but it's always up to the prosecutors every time to decide on what they will be offering. And then if they move forward in the trial setting, if they decide to go to the judge or the jury for punishment.
But for people convicted of murder in Texas and in the Dallas area, in Frisco, I mean, what's typically the punishment? I know the most would be life behind bars, but realistically, how many years could he be spending behind bars in prison?
I mean, you're right. The maximum is 99 years. So many things go into consideration for that. And so when we say, well, what's realistic? Realistic is up to 99 years. And so it just really just depends on so many factors, the factors of what comes out in the discovery, what comes out in the mitigating circumstances that we talked about, what is, was he about to go to college? What was the heat of the moment situation? And that's really the defense job, to try to work with the state and try to reduce that time as much as possible. So I don't want to say there's a specific number, because every case is different. And so it just really depends case by case.
And just lastly, Bridget, as someone who deals with cases with people accused of crimes that were heat of the moment crimes, they weren't career criminals. I was on the street reporter for a good part of my career, and so many of the murders that I've covered, someone just felt disrespected over something that just wouldn't matter 15 minutes from now, and yet they make a decision, heat of the moment, someone loses their life.
That's not what that was. That's feeling disrespected ain't got shit to do with being attacked. The boy was pushed down. They attacked him. They put their hands on him. In any other situation, if somebody put their hands on you, you feel the need to defend yourself. Because let's just talk about it. If this hadn't happened, you know what? Let me just listen.
And then they spend the rest of their life in prison. How do we get past that? How do we deal with these situations so we don't have stories like this where someone like Austin Metcalf loses his life?
Really, the only way is education. Educating individuals on what is important for self-defense, one, understanding what self-defense is, but then also, how do we really control our emotions? How do we control our anger and be able to tell someone effectively that they're bothering us, or making sure?
Well, the thing about it is, like, don't you think that Austin should have been the one defend? Like, if you think about it, you want to talk about controlling our emotions, controlling our anger. So let's talk about it. So what emotion was Austin feeling when he felt the need to try to make this young man leave from up under that tent? Let's talk about what started the whole thing, man. So who was angry first? Who was angry first? This young man became angry because he put his hands on him. So what made Austin angry enough to try to physically remove this young man from up under the tent? Why was that a thing? Why was that an issue? Was he bothering somebody? Was he disrupting something? Was he, why were you trying to remove him from the tent, from the gate, from the get-go? And did you have that authority? Did you have the authority to try to make this young man move from up under that tent? Please, let's talk about what led to what happened. See, people don't want to talk about that. People want to talk about the fact that it's certain individuals that walk on this earth that feel as though they can dictate, right? Where somebody sit, eat, piss, shit, drive, eat dinner, How do you listen? How do you feel like you got the authority to tell this young man that he couldn't be up under that tent? Where does that come from?
The biggest thing in Carmela's defense is he did not initiate anything. They initiated the first contact with him aggressively to him.
Be true. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna let this little 1 minute play out so we can get into the police report. Living here in the South, I'm just gonna say it. Living here in the South, there are certain individuals that feel as though other individuals shouldn't be uh
Allowed.
instead allowed in certain areas, certain situations, certain settings. They feel as though they can tell you you don't belong, you don't belong, you don't. They feel like they can tell you where you should be versus where they are allowed to be. Like this is not. See, I don't live in Texas. I live in Alabama.
Texas has sundown towns too.
Exactly. So I can kind of resonate with it, and I can kind of I'm angry because I know this shit happens. I know this shit happens the same way it happened with my brother. The same way it happened with my brother, where a group of white teenagers felt as though, cause see, let me say something. Let me say this: the acknowledgement in the that my brother got as a teen as a football star at his school, there was some envy, there. The truth, like, it was certain young men in his high school that did not like him because of who he was, and they fucked with him all the time. Like, they picked at him, they fucked with him, and they felt like he shouldn't be at certain parties. They felt like he shouldn't be at certain events. They felt like he shouldn't be here and this and that and the third. You got to remember, like, for my brother, when he was in that school, it was 5 black kids in that school. Five, the truth. It was five out of thousands of students. And he was made to feel like he wasn't welcome in certain circles or certain places or certain parties or this and that and the third. They felt like that young man had no business being under that tent. Why? And it ain't had nothing to do with him being from another school or this and that and the third. Or maybe it could have been. It could have been, and they felt like because he went to a different school, he had no right. But who gave them the authority, though? Like, who gave them the authority to say he couldn't be up under that tent? So whereas they felt like they was going to try to physically remove him out of it, come on, bruh. That shit ain't right.
Or that we stop whatever the behavior is without escalating it to bringing a knife in a physical argument. But also, I feel like a combination of education on what self-defense is, educating ourselves on the laws of our state, and then
Girl,
also
ain't nobody walking around here educating them laws on themselves on no damn self-defense laws. What they doing is defending themselves if they feel like they need to be defended, bitch. I'm sorry. I'm sick of her. Ain't nobody walking around here reading the motherfucking law on what self-defense is. You fuck with me, you make me feel for my life, and I'm gonna take your ass out. That's just what it is. People do it all the time. It just don't get questioned in certain situations.
controlling anger management, controlling exactly what it is, how we portray our feelings, our emotions when we're in public settings.
Okay,
So
I'm done. I'm going to the police report. I can't. Let me pull up the police report. Did you talk?
People don't want to believe that there's still sundown towns in America.
It is. It's certain motherfucking towns that motherfuckers feel like if you driving through their town at a certain time of the motherfucking night, they can fuck with you, they can hang you, they can drag you from the back of a truck, they can drown your ass in the motherfucking pond. They believe all that shit. They do.
It's still there. There's plenty of them.
Shit.
There's plenty, and all through Texas, there is plenty of sundown towns. And if you're not familiar with what a sundown town means, it means when the sun goes down, you better not have your ass in that town. And they'll tell you when the sun's starting to get close, you're like, oh, it's time for you to get going. And the reason they call it sundown is because things that happen at night don't normally get seen too quickly. So you can walk around during the day because everybody can see you. Everybody sees what's happening. But once the sun goes down, it's a different time. You can hide in the dark. And that's what they do. They'll let you come into town and work, but you better be gone uh, by the time the sun sets and about to drop. You better be gone and to the next town. Now we have plenty of them in Texas, plenty of them, and the cops will
Hey,
tell you.
Meryl, good to see you.
The cops will tell you it's not good to be walking around out here after dark.
That's okay though. It's okay that sundown towns still exist. That's all fine and dandy. It's okay. There ain't nothing wrong with that. If motherfuckers can't go to a town whenever, whatever time they want, you know what I'm saying, and not risk being killed and never seen again. Come on now, bro. Like honestly, that shit is okay. That's why some of these kids walk around here feeling as though they can tell other kids where they need to be or where they can't be or where they can sit or if they can be up on the tent or not. They make that shit known. Like for real. Why this thing ain't coming up? Hold on, y'all. Give me a second, y'all. It should be coming up. I don't know why it's taking so long, but oh, it dropped. Hold on. And that's the thing that really irks me that ain't nobody talking about what led. You know, it's all about what happened. And I get it. Like I get it. But, you know, when you negate, you know, the entire situation or the entire scenario, it's a reason why people do that. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want to talk about what's real. They want to just put these narratives out here. I don't know. Yeah, I hope y'all can see this, but we're gonna read it. Um, let me see if I can blow it up. Yep, I can. Okay, let's get into it. Be true, y'all. This is the actual police report from uh, the young man. Hold on, damn it. The young man being arrested after the incident. Okay, arrest report. Frisco Police Department. Um, There's the young man. There's his mugshot. They got his name, but they blacked out, the address, social security number, date of birth, and things like that. Um, this young man worked. He actually, I think, had two jobs. Not only was he in sports, he also worked. So they got a job listed. I wish they didn't show the job, but I didn't see that part. He's charged with murder. So, the truth, I'm gonna read this, and anytime you want me to stop to explain something, let me know, and I'll stop, and then I'm gonna get you to read some of it. Okay?
Okay.
So this report was taken on April the 2nd, 2025. In fact, the truth, give me a second. Let me go get me a bottle of water, and I'll be right back, and I'm gonna start.
Okay, but who they're referring to is the resource officer of the school. Okay. Each school in Texas, especially high schools and middle schools and elementaries, I think have one, but middle schools and high schools, two police officers are assigned to the high school as resource officers. So that's who initially made contact uh, in it. So he was the first one to get the call and hurry over to what was happening. So that's who made this first report right here, and uh, he didn't do the report until uh, 10 that night, but the incident occurred at 5:04 p.m. I'm waiting for her to come back so she can read this. Y'all can see it, but this is him reaching the stadium and his first uh, meeting of people and finding out what's happening.
Okay. So this was taken the day of the incident, which was April 2nd at 5:04 p.m. 17:04 is 5:04 p.m. Okay, adult male was taken into custody following a stabbing call on FISD property. That's the school they was at, y'all. So this is the initial narrative. On 4/2, 2025 at 10:01 hours. Okay, that would have been, I guess, 10 a.m.
No, 10 p.m.
I mean 10
No,
p.
no,
No,
no.
no, no,
It is
no.
no
That's 10
10,
a.m.
10 in the morning. That is 10 in
Yeah,
the
10
morning.
in the morning. 10
So he
p.m.
didn't
would have been like
he,
20,
he didn't
22
write this. He didn't write this into
into that night. Yeah.
what?
He said, I, Staley School Source Officer E. Cortez, heard over the radio dispatch call out a stabbing call at David Stadium, and it gave the address. FPD call notes indicated that an athlete was stabbed. The student was reported as being a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. Oh, the suspect. I'm sorry, y'all. The suspect was reported as being a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. I immediately left my office and ran across the Staley Middle School parking lot towards a southwest entrance into the stadium. As I entered the stadium, two high school age students informed me that the victim was on the north end of the stadium by the bleachers under a Memorial High School tent. I did not identify these students. Next, I proceeded towards the north end of the stadium, the visitor side. So he was on the visitor side on foot.
Yeah, that's not the that track meet was at a different school than his own.
As I got closer to the north end, I could see the Memorial High School tent with multiple individuals under the tent. Once I arrived into the north side bleachers, an adult male, don't I keep calling this young man an adult? He's not an adult. He's been charged, but he's not an adult. An adult male who was on the track pointed out the suspect. Oh, maybe, okay, that was the adult male. Pointed out the suspect. I was not able to identify that witness. Okay, that was a witness. All right. The individual that was pointed out to me was a black male wearing a gray hooded sweater and dark colored Nike pants. The suspect at this point was on the track on the north end. There was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hands in the air. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. It should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. Yeah, it should be noted. It definitely should be noted. Okay? I asked him if he had any weapons and he said no. I patted him down for weapons while we were walking along the fence, and I did not locate any on his person. I instructed the male to continue walking along the fence, which he complied, towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put his hands on me. I then detained the suspect in handcuffs, handcuffed behind his back, and had him sit down on the ground. Officer A. Ricky had arrived on the scene at that time. I conducted another pat down of this person and then searched his person after he gave me consent. No weapons were located. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had had the alleged suspect. The suspect then responds and says, I'm not alleged. I did it. Next, Officer Ricky and I walked the suspect to patrol vehicle 2412, which is Officer Ricky's vehicle, which was on the northeast gate of the stadium. As we were walking to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted on the patrol into the while he was escorted to the patrol vehicle. Um,
That's important because he keeps saying, I did not interrogate the suspect or ask the suspect any questions because he has not been given his Miranda rights.
mhm,
And at this point, they're detaining him as a suspect.
mhm,
But he says it twice now. I did not ask him anything because what he's trying to say is he's willingly saying these things, and I did not coerce any of this out of him because that's important that that the police officers substantiate that I didn't coerce him in any way to say these things to me. This was all voluntarily and freely given without me coercing or trying to get him to say any of these things. Go ahead.
okay, okay. As we were walking to the squad car, the suspect was emotional. I'm reading this over, y'all. He was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted to the patrol vehicle. I searched his person once again and had him sit in the backseat area, driver's side of the patrol vehicle. While the suspect was in the back seat, I noticed fresh blood on his left middle finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw the blood out loud so that it would be captured on my body worn cam. It should also be noted that the suspect asked me, is he going to be okay while he was in the back seat? So he didn't know that where he stabbed the guy at was fatal. He didn't know that. And he was concerned about how he was doing. Just want to point that out because I'm sure nobody else is going to do it. I then identified the suspect. He provided his name and date of birth verbally as Carmelo Anthony, black male with a date of birth of, which I ran through FPD dispatch. Officer J. Hancock arrived on scene and remained with me and the suspect at this point. Carmelo was then checked via eSchool database for whatever to also confirm his identity. The identifying information he provided matched the individual I had in custody. Next, I was advised by Sergeant Holland to transport the suspect to the Frisco Police Department jail. Officer Hancock and I transported him to the jail. Again, I did not question Carmelo about the incident. Upon arriving at the Frisco jail, Carmelo was escorted in the intake area. FPD jail staff changed him into jail attire. I remained with the jail staff the entire time that he was changed over. The clothes that Carmelo was wearing was placed in an FPD paper evidence bag. The clothes remained in my possession from this point on. Upon Carmelo being placed into a jail cell, I continued to keep possession of his clothes. I returned to my patrol 2412 along with Officer Hancock, which was in the FPD Sally Port, and placed Carmelo's clothes in the back trunk area. I drove patrol vehicle 2412 out of the Sally Port and parked the squad car in the FPD patrol parking area. Carmelo's clothes remain in the trunk area of the vehicle 2412. Um, FPD crime scene technician K. Dillard then took possession of Carmelo's clothes. I added my body worn camera to the case. I have no further information to report.
Okay, so he's substantiating the chain of evidence,
Chain of evidence,
which means
the clothes.
nobody has touched this but me. And the reason
Right.
they took his clothes is because they're looking for any blood splatter or anything that happened to be on his clothes that may have come off the victim. So
Mm.
by him having this in his possession, no one else touches it. No one could have sprinkled anything on the clothes because they were immediately put in the bag and sealed and put in the trunk of the car. And he has never left the site of the car or the area of the car. So that's all he's doing is he's just saying, look, nobody touched this but me. Here it is.
All right. So at 5:04 p.m., Officer Allison Ricky, that's the other cop that was with this guy. Um, this is her statement. On 4/2/2025 at 10:01 p.m., Officer Ricky was wearing a full Frisco police uniform and I was operating a fully marked Frisco police vehicle 2412. At about that time, I was dispatched to the report of a stabbing at David whatever stadium. Frisco police dispatch advised an athlete had been stabbed. The suspect was described as a black male wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and blue sweatpants. I responded to code 3 from the area of El Dorado Parkway and Frisco Street. I arrived on scene at approximately 10:05 hours. I'm confused.
I'm confused too because I don't think does he mean 10 minutes and well the
No, no,
10
no, no. She must have. It must have been 10 o'clock in the morning. They writing these reports at 5 o'clock in the evening. I just thought about it. It happened in the morning time, and they writing these reports. The incident happened around 10 o'clock in the morning, and they writing these reports at 5 o'clock in the evening. Okay,
but the track meets are after school.
this was not doing. This was yeah, usually, but
Yeah.
apparently not this time.
Let me see what time the track meet was.
It was on a Wednesday, so that's a school day. I don't know if school was out. Like I don't know if it was spring break. I don't know. I don't know. It goes on to say, when I arrived on scene, I approached the track field area and saw Officer Cortez kneeling next to a black male wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and blue sweatpants. The male, later identified as Carmelo Anthony, was in handcuffs and was seated on the sidewalk by the entrance to the track.
It was 10 a.m. in the morning.
It was. I know that's what 10:05
Yeah,
means.
10:05. Yeah, but yeah, it's like that was weird. I thought it was in the evening, but it wasn't. It was actually 10 a.m. in the morning.
Do I have a mod in this chat? Let me see something right quick. All right. Um,
I was just about to get him.
I know. Let's see. Where did I stop? Okay. Was seated on the sidewalk by the entrance by the track. Okay, Evils, drive safe. As I approached Officer Cortez stated Anthony was the alleged suspect. Anthony did make a spontaneous statement and stated, I am not alleged, I did it. Officer Cortez conducted a pat search of Anthony's person to ensure Anthony did not have any weapons and found nothing of evident. Who I can't even say it. It's evidentiary value. Officer Cortez and I then walked Anthony to my pre-search patrol vehicle, and Anthony was seated in the rear driver's side compartment of my patrol vehicle.
But
While walking
you know why she put that in there, right? My pre-searched vehicle. So if they find anything, any blood traces or anything, any weapons are hidden in there, it's already been searched. It would all belong to the suspect.
mhm. Officer Cortez and I then walked Anthony to my patrol vehicle, and Anthony was seated in the rear driver's side compartment of my patrol vehicle. While walking to my patrol vehicle,
Power
Anthony
off.
made another spontaneous statement and asked if what happened could be considered self-defense. I replied by telling Anthony I did not know what happened. It should be noted that the in-car camera in my patrol vehicle was activated prior to Anthony being placed in the patrol vehicle. Hold on, let me do this. While Officer Cortez assisted Anthony into my patrol vehicle, I noticed Anthony had blood on his left middle finger. I grabbed my department issued digital camera and took a photograph of Anthony's hands. I later uploaded the photograph to the crime scene folder under his case number. Officer Cortez remained with my patrol vehicle and Anthony while I provided assistance with scene security. Nothing further from this officer. All right. So that was the female officer that was on the scene. Okay. So this is Officer Will Otis. I don't know who this is, but this is his statement. On Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025, at around 10:01 hours, Frisco Police Department officers were dispatched to Frisco Independent School District, they the stadium, in reference to a stabbing victim call. Um, Frisco Police Department Emergency Communications was receiving an emergency call regarding an athlete that was stabbed. The original that don't make sense. Well, the unknown assailant was a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants, and also had a goatee and short hair. Does he have a goatee? His hair is short. Okay. The suspect was possibly wearing Centennial High School attire, as it was believed he was a student there for the sporting event. This had all taken place on the visitor side of the stadium, the north side, and the victim was under the Memorial High School tent in the bleachers. At around the same time, school resource officer Cortez arrived on scene and began assisting the victim, trainers, and the other parties. Officer Cortez also advised on the radio that he also had the suspect. Sergeant Otis was working the 50 sector at the sergeant as the sergeant. He was in full Frisco Police Department uniform with distinct patches and badge and a police duty belt. He was also in a marked Frisco Police Department patrol vehicle. He was relatively close to the call and placed himself on it at around 10:02 hours and responded to the call with his patrol vehicle overhead emergency lights and sirens activated. He arrived to the call around 10:06 hours. Sergeant Otis arrived to the stadium and began walking up to the location. At around this time, Officer Cortez and Officer Ricky were walking a black male the suspect, away from the stadium. The student was crying hysterically. Wow. Please see the other involved officers' narratives for their involvement. Um, Sergeant Otis walked up to the visitor bleachers and observed the victim being treated by Frisco Fire Department personnel and also the athletic trainers. The weather began to turn and it began to heavily downpour rain. At this time, some of the FISD staff moved the memorial tent to cover the victim and the FFD personnel. Sergeant Otis began using his city based phone to snap crime scene photos to preserve as much of the scene as possible due to the weather and the large gathering of of people that were involved in the incident. Other officers began to set up a crime scene with tape, moving non-essential personnel out of the immediate area. The officers on scene were informed that the knife was used. The knife was informed that the knife that was used was tossed. What? And was still believed to be somewhere close. It was tossed.
Remember they had he didn't have the knife on him
I know he didn't have a knife on.
his bag
I
or
know
in his
that.
bag, so the knife is they're looking for the knife.
Okay. Was tossed and was still believed to be somewhere close. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remember seeing it on the bleachers still. So he basically left the knife. He basically left the knife. Officer, what's that? Shaws was able to locate the knife. It was located between rows 9 and 10 near seat 30, closest to the aisle, partially open. The rain began to come down heavily, and it was determined that instead of moving the knife, the officers would cover it with a large blue tarp. Sergeant Otis assisted in preserving the immediate crime scene as much as possible while the other personnel tended to the victim and eventually transported him. Around this time, Officer Woodzell had the crime scene log and began logging the individuals on the call to the best of his abilities. Lieutenants Crawford and Pemberton relieved Sergeant Otis of the scene. Sergeant Otis went back to the police department to download his body cam and the photos he took with the city issue phone. Sergeant Otis' city issue phone had a total of 33 photos and were used to document the incident scene. During the download, the initial photos formatting was compatible with the crime scene folder. It was incompatible. Sorry, Rob. Okay, so Sergeant Otis's city issue phone had a total of 33 photos that were used to document the incident scene. During the download, the initial photos formatting was incompatible with the crime scene folder. He re-downloaded the photos that he took and they were able to be saved properly for preservation of evidence. At this time, there's nothing further to add to this report. Um, Same thing on Wednesday. Da 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 da. On Wednesday, Officer Wetzel was assigned to work patrol in the city of Frisco. At approximately 10:02 hours, I responded to the report of a stabbing at David whatever stadium located at da da da. The original call notes that an athlete had been stabbed in the chest and that the suspect that stabbed the victim goes to Centennial High School. Athletic trainers were on site and were providing care to the victim and advised he was not conscious and not breathing. The notes also indicated that the suspect was a black male with a goatee and short hair wearing Centennial gear. I arrived on scene at approximately 10:06 hours. When I arrived on scene, I grabbed a roll of crime scene tape from my truck and proceeded to the visitors' bleachers where dispatch advised the victim was. Hey, room shaker. Good to see you, girl. While I was walking towards the visitors' bleachers, I was approached by a witness who identified himself as such and such. They blacked that out. Began telling me what happened, and I asked him whether stabbing occurred. The witness advised it happened under the Memorial High School pop-up tent at the visitors' bleachers. I immediately informed Sergeant Otis where the witness stated the stabbing occurred and gave him the crime scene tape to start securing the crime scene. I then had such and such move to the walkway under the visitors' bleachers out of the rain to further speak to him. Hold on, let me pull this up, y'all. to further speak with me. The following is a summary of my contact with said witness. Advised he was sitting under Memorial High School pop-up tent with his team and was near the victim. Now this is where it gets good. This is where it's this the witness statements. Y'all be sure what my lights looking like, y'all. Y'all be sure to hit the like button, hit the cash out, support the channel. Alright, so this is coming from a witness, y'all. Now they blacked out the name of the witness.
44 likes.
Okay, thank you, teacher. They blacked out the name of the witness, y'all, but this is a witness statement, okay? The victim, Austin, and the suspect, who was later identified as Carmelo Anthony. Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his back. Okay, I'm gonna try to read this without stopping. I'm gonna try to read this without stopping. Okay. Mhm. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin, no one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what the witness recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. Austin began grabbing his chest and telling everyone to get help. The witness advised he did not know Anthony's name, but stated another Memorial Track member was friends with Anthony and he could identify Anthony. Described Anthony as a black male, skinny with possibly a goatee, short puffy hair, and wearing Centennial High School clothing. This concluded my contact with this witness. I then was instructed to start a crime scene log. I retrieved a crime scene log from my patrol vehicle and began starting the crime scene log. I was later relieved by Officer Shaws, who took over the crime scene log, and I cleared the scene. Nothing further to report. This is another officer, y'all. This is another officer statement. Hancock. Today, while working on the SRO at Independence High School, a weapons call was dispatched over the air that detailed a stabbing occurred at the stadium. I cannot say that. What is that? Something Kendall Stadium in Frisco, Texas. After hearing more dispatch call information, I drove to the scene. While en route, I heard Officer Cortez say he has a suspect in custody. When I got on the scene, I looked for Officer Cortez and went straight to him to hold security with the suspect that he had cuffed and secured in the police squad. Multiple witnesses were providing statements to the officers where the stabbing occurred at the Memorial High School track tent. Only a short time later, Officer Cortez and myself escorted the suspect, Carmelo Sincere Anthony, to the Frisco Adult Holding Facility. Anthony was transitioned off to the jail staff without incident. All jail paperwork was completed, and CID took the investigation from there. All right, let's see. This is another officer, Officer Fisher, Albert Fisher. On April 2nd, 2025, at about 10:05 hours, I, Officer A. Fisher, was dispatched to the stadium in regards to a stabbing. The note stated an athlete had been stabbed in the chest, was unconscious, and not breathing. When I arrived, the crime scene was already marked off, and a suspect was in custody. I began asking people if they were witnesses to anything. I made contact with Hunter. Now, Hunter is Austin's brother, okay? Twin brother. Hunter is Austin's twin brother. Um, I made contact with Hunter and then another person. They blocked out his name. They were both breathing heavily and crying due to the nature of events. They were with coaches on the field and it was pouring down rain. We made the decision to relocate to a locker room just to the east to get out of the rain. Once in there, things calmed a little bit. However, they were still hysterical and could not really talk. In there, I learned Hunter was the brother of the victim. I attempted to ask them both what had happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but the witness stated he wanted to speak. I asked him what happened. He stated they were all sitting on the bleachers under a Memorial High School tent when another male who he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. The witness then said Austin, the victim, told this male that since he did not go to Memorial, he had to leave the tent. Austin and the male went back and forth, and then Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. The witness had said during this time of arguing, the male was reaching around in his bag he had. It was at this time the male took out a knife and stabbed Austin and then left the scene. This was all the witness remembered when he talked to me. After this, I stood by with three athletic three athlete witnesses until CID arrived and interviewed them. I was then relieved by an SRO and went back to patrol.
Now you see how it's starting to change. At first,
Yeah.
it was they just had an argument. Now he
Mhm.
put his hands on him. Now he pushed him. See how it's starting? People are starting to let little things out about exactly what happened. That it
Mhm.
wasn't just a verbal altercation.
Mhm.
It had
Mhm.
become physical. But what they're not mentioning is that the brother was standing right behind Austin.
See that, but I don't know because the brother stated even on that news clip we saw, he stated he didn't actually see the stabbing.
No, he didn't notice it, but he was standing right there with him,
Right,
next to him.
right.
He said he didn't notice it until after his brother grabbed his chest and
Mhm.
said something. But
Mhm.
he was standing right there beside him because one of the accounts that the suspect gives is that both of them approached him at the
Mhm.
same time. It was Austin that put his hands on him, but the brother was right there, who is actually much larger than Austin. But they're leaving all that out.
Hold on, D True. Keep. I mean, you can keep talking, but I'm on mute for a minute.
Okay. So little by little, more people are adding things together. Now remember, in order to get a true statement, you have to take a little bit from this person, a little bit from that person, a little bit from this person over here, because everyone is standing at different angles. So they're not going to see the same thing or even hear the same thing. A lot of times, witness eye accounts are all over the place. And then somewhere in there is the truth. And you have to piece it all together from the angles that they were standing at. That's why a lot of victim or a lot of witnesses will have different accounts because of the angle that they're standing at and what they're seeing in front of them. So now we have the first person said, well, it was a verbal altercation. They were just going back and forth. And they said, oh yeah, well he said, touch me if you want to. And he pulled out his bag. He had his hand in his bag. Touch me if you want to, punch me if you want to. Now little things are starting to come out. You know, now again, these are all people that know the victim. He doesn't. Nobody's in there. I guess that he knew that could actually put other things, to spin towards him, because his friends are going to be like, yeah, they attacked him, but he doesn't have any friends in there. So all you're getting is Austin's friends telling you what happened. And sometimes that's not enough. That the police officer going to have to think past that. And remember that these people are Austin's friends, and they just witnessed Austin die. So the defense has to come up with a lot more to kind of peek into what the witnesses are saying and go a little further in and try to say, hey, are they saying these things because they're his friends and they just witnessed their friend die? Is there more to it that they're not saying, or they don't want to remember because it was a traumatic experience? But these are things that you have to look into. These are things you have to feel as an investigator. Is there more? And as more people come forward and tell a story, little bit more and little bit more comes out about the actual confrontation. So some of the other witnesses, like I said, most of the witnesses are going to be the people that were under the tent. But remember, they moved the tent to cover up Austin, who didn't die in the tent. He died outside the tent. He stumbled forward and started going down and collapsed outside of the tent. So, and it's raining hard, and they moved the tent over to where he is. So anything that was evidence under that tent is now gone because of the rain. They got to hope they took pictures prior to the rain of where the tent was before they moved it. So, wait for truth to come back. Anybody got any questions about what you've heard so far?
I'm still here, D Truth. I'm coming, okay?
Okay. Do you want me to read the next part?
Because I ain't read it. I want to be here when you read it. I ain't heard it, but
okay,
and I'm not able to listen. I'm talking right now. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm trying to look at, see, they haven't really, they didn't really talk to Hunter, but they talked to the friend. And no one is saying anything about Hunter's involvement in any of this. And regardless if Hunter never put his hand on him or did anything, his presence, they did incite the whole thing. And they're not leaving that out. They said that the altercation began because of Austin. Austin incited the initial contact. Austin is the one that pursued the contact, even though he was told, don't touch me, man, don't touch me. He touched him anyway. So that's a provoking act. If you're asked not to touch somebody and they go ahead and touch you anyway, that's called a provoking act. They asked you not to touch them and you did it anyway. But again, that's, you're in a self-defense. If you're using self-defense, these are the things that you have to point out, that I told them to leave me alone. I was going to leave, but they decided they wanted to, put their hands on me, or say I wasn't leaving. I didn't have to leave. And they took it upon themselves to attack me and throw me out physically. These are all things that need to come out if he's going to use a self-defense. But I don't think he's going to be charged with first-degree murder. I think it's going to be down to second-degree murder, if anything. I don't think they're going to go to manslaughter, only because they know that the family is not going to go for that. But again, if that's the plea deal that he takes, nothing the family can say. They they ask the family how they feel about things, but it's not up to the family to decide what punishment that person gets. It is up to the prosecutor if they want to make a plea deal and if they want to take the plea deal. But the family doesn't have any say in the plea deal. They can complain and say, we don't want that. And it's up to the prosecutor to say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to take your wishes and I'm going to reject the plea offer. Even
Okay,
the
I'm
judge,
ready too. I'm
even,
sorry. I'm sorry.
even the judge can revoke the plea deal if he wants to, if he feels it's not in the best interest of justice. A judge can say, I'm not taking this plea deal. You better come with something better than this.
That's true because I'm gonna be honest. In my son's case, the judge wanted to reject it. He actually wanted to reject the plea deal, but he did.
Yeah, most of the time they say need to come back with a little better than this. I'm disappointed, and that's the first thing the judges say. I'm
And
disappointed.
then too, what he did was he asked us, the family, were we good with the plea deal?
Yeah, and I said to them that you know it's a courtesy that they bring the plea deal to the family of the victim.
Yeah, it
It's
is
a
a courtesy. It's
it's
a
a
courtesy.
courtesy.
Mhm.
You could say what you want to say. You can say nope. I want him to go to jail for the rest of his life.
But you
And,
know what? Though you choose some prosecutors, if the family don't agree with the plea deal, they will continue on the trial. But they
yes.
let you know. Listen. They tell you about the risk of doing that.
Mhm.
Like they'll tell you, they'll say, we got these so many years or whatever. If we go to trial, he may get less. He may get off. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say all prosecutors. I could just only speak on the prosecutors in our case. They were real. I think they was real upfront. They was real honest, and they felt and they did. To me, honestly, they got the best deal I think that they could get as far as the plea deal. Because and then too, a lot of prosecutors think about the trial and how the trial, because people don't realize that a trial is just like losing that loved one over again. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Because of the evidence. Because see, let me tell you something. The prosecutors in my son's case, they had seen the video that captured it, right?
Yeah.
So after everything was over, and we had a female DA. It was a female DA and a male assistant DA. And she told us that the reason why she pushed so hard for the police because she did not want us to see that video. And they were gonna have to play that video in court. And she said the way that it happened and how it happened, she said she did not want us to see that.
Well, a lot of times they also look at how long are we gonna have to wait before we actually get to trial, and they go by
Oh no, we
we're
was at actual trial. Remember, D2? I don't
yeah
know if you
no no
remember or not.
yeah
We
I remember,
was,
but I'm talking about as a prosecutor. You're thinking, man,
yeah,
this could be
yeah.
2 years later. I'm gonna lose witnesses. Witnesses aren't gonna remember as sharply as they did.
Hey, Canberry, you in the
It,
bushes?
yeah,
You say my opinion is it was what's a FAFO? What is that? FAFO moment, and unfortunately, Austin officer. What's that?
I have never seen that before.
I mean, what's that, Fonberry? If you could type it, I'm curious. A FAFO moment. Okay. All right, go ahead, Detroit. Go ahead.
I'm just a lot of times they don't want it. If it drags on, witnesses get cold feet or they just don't want to be bothered anymore. A lot of things happen. So if someone's going to take a plea deal, they're more than happy to try and make it work in
Yeah.
most cases. Oh, fuck around and
Fuck
find
around.
out.
Ooh, okay then. Damn. How come Miss Lynn? How come you know that and I didn't know that, Miss Lynn?
I'm
Carla knew it.
yeah, yep.
Damn.
For Miss Lynn to know that, I'm like,
And my
wow.
and my girl say that all the time. I just ain't never. I ain't think about that's what Fun was saying. Child, y'all know I'm old. Fun be know. I ain't know that, but okay. All right. Well, damn. I just feel so bad for the whole situation. I'm gonna read the thing in a minute, y'all. Let me take this good powder because this type of stuff give me a headache. I'll be right back.
Miss Lynn sometimes surprises me with little things that she blurts out.
Yeah, she surprised me the other day when she said Savage was her theme song by Meg Thee Stallion. I think that's the song she was talking about, and she said that was her theme song. That just took me out the game. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get back into reading this. Okay. We almost at 3 hours. I really didn't want this to go over three, but we're gonna get through this report. Um, all right, where did I stop, teacher? Let me see.
You're at Crawford
I'm
Michael,
at Crawford. Okay. All right. Let me do this.
which
All right.
he doesn't add anything to it. He really
Yeah,
adds
he just
much.
yeah, he ain't got much. Um, all right, so on photo, and I didn't realize I knew this was like a couple of days old, but I didn't even realize it was this old. But it's not really old, but I cause see I saw it and I've been seeing it and I kept going back and forth on whether or not I wanted to talk about it. But anywho, here we are 8 days later. Okay. So on 4/2/25 at approximately 10 o'clock AM, I, Lieutenant M. Crawford, was dispatched to the stadium, okay, in reference to a stabbing call. I arrived on scene and observed medical personnel and several bystanders standing next to a subject, later identified as the victim, Austin. The medical personnel were actively engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. with Austin. I observed that a crime scene was created around the area and began collecting the names and contact information of the bystanders within the scene. I then met with Officer Wazell and directed him to begin a crime scene log. As he was getting the needed paperwork, I took over his responsibilities of monitoring a witness, which they don't name, to the event. Ultimately, the witness was taken to another area of the range and Officer Shaws took over the crime scene log, and I forwarded information about the bystanders to him. So he didn't do too much. He didn't do too much. Oh, here's some more though. From that point forward, I worked with coordinated response from SRO, CID, CSI, and PIO. I took no other action at the scene. My body worn camera did not activate when I initially arrived on the scene, but I did activate it when I discovered it wasn't recording while waiting on the witness. Nothing further. Hold on, y'all. Okay. This is Officer Shaw, and we done saw his name a couple of times. Let's see what he got to say. I know I'm probably not. I'm gonna say Jacob because I'm probably not pronouncing his last name right. So Farnberry said, "Sick and tired of them people thinking they can say and do whatever to people of color and thinking would be no reaction." I'm just saying. I feel you, Farnberry. I feel you. Um. On Wednesday, 4/20/25, our officer Jacob was working as the SRO at the Student Opportunity Center. At approximately 10:01 hours, I was dispatched to a stabbing that occurred at the stadium located at such and such. It should be noted that my location is approximately 200 yards from the stadium. Upon my arrival, I tried to get an updated location of the suspect. I could not see Officer Cortez when I arrived. Officer Cortez informed over the radio that he had a suspect in custody. At this time, I turned my attention to the victim. Multiple FISD trainers were already performing CPR. I could see blood on and around the victim. At this time, medics arrived and began life saving measures. I coordinated with the officers on scene to secure the location. By this time, the students and FISD staff had cleared the area. I used crime scene tape and began to tape off the area. It began to rain harder at this time. Sergeant Otis and myself moved a Memorial High School tent over the medics and victim to attempt to preserve any evidence that we could. A Memorial coach approached me and informed me that he was with a student who claimed to have seen the entire altercation. I told the coach to stick with the student. Hold on. I told the coach to stick with the student and that we would need to get him to the police station to give a statement. The student quickly informed me that he knew where the suspect threw the knife and pointed me to its location. I located the knife with Sergeant Otis and could see blood on the knife. I quickly used my city issue phone to take pictures before the rain could wash away the blood. Sergeant Otis located a blue tarp and we decided that we should cover the knife without touching it in an attempt to preserve any evidence. It was windy and raining hard. Once we positioned the tarp over the knife, I reached down and grabbed a backpack left in the stands to weigh the tarp down and threw it up where Sergeant Otis was positioning the tarp. It was later discovered that the backpack I threw up onto the tarp was the suspect's backpack. It was the only Centennial High School backpack located within all of the Memorial High School backpacks in the area of the stand. After securing the scene with crime scene tape, and attempting to preserve as much evidence as possible, I assisted other officers with locating other possible witnesses. Officer Wisdale was maintaining scene security while I was assisting the other officers. After the medics transported the victim, I relieved him of that post so he can go back to patrol. I maintained scene security until the call was cleared. Photos will be uploaded to the crime scene folder, and my body cam will be downloaded at the end of the shift. No further information at this time. Pemberton. This is Officer Pemberton on 4225 at 10:04 at the stadium in response to a reported stabbing. This location is a school stadium. Call notes advised a male had been stabbed and was unconscious. Upon arrival, several officers and medical personnel were attending to the victim, who was laying on the ground of the stadium bleachers. I coordinated the Frisco PD police in trying to establish a crime scene. I'm sorry, y'all, my science is drained. I'm sorry. The knife reported to have been used in the assault was located by another officer in the bleachers. Shortly after my arrival, a large downpour of rain began. I directed several officers to use a tarp found at the scene to cover the location of the knife. I remained on scene until the victim was transported and the crime scene was established. No further information. Okay. This is Officer Newton. On 4225, I responded to Texas Health Plano to assist with this case. I was asked with meeting the ambulance at the hospital. Oh my God, this a person that was at the hospital. Okay, let me do this. I was tasked with meeting the ambulance at the hospital. I arrived prior to the ambulance and waited for them to arrive. They arrived at 10:46 hours with the victim Austin, who was brought into the trauma bay for treatment. At 10:53 hours, Dr. Ko pronounced Austin dead. Oh my God, wow. Once he was pronounced, staff stopped treatment and disconnected cords and tubes from the machines without removing anything from the body itself. While on the scene, I took possession of clothing worn by Austin and maintained possession of the items until CSI dealer took them from me. While on scene, Officer Landon requested assistance in lifting the sheets off the body to take photos. I then placed the sheets back when complete. I then stood by the room for security while Officer Landon, Officer Hernandez, and CSI Dillard took additional photos. At one point, they rolled the body and removed shorts from Austin, which were bagged and stayed in my custody until CSI took them. At 13:24 hours, family was allowed into the scene to view the body. 13:24 is
1:34 in the afternoon.
that was the next day. That was the
No,
next day.
no, same day, same day.
Wait a
Remember,
minute.
this all started at 10 a.m.
Oh yeah, it was it was the same day at one something. I was informed by staff and officers that they would be allowed to touch the head and feet of all. Wait a minute, that's not normal.
What?
Them being able to touch the body, that's not normal.
Who touched the body? The family?
The family. He said I was informed by staff and officers that they would be allowed to touch the head and feet of Austin, which they did. That's not normal.
The head and the feet, which is
That's
not.
not G truth. Now this is something that I'm not gonna argue with you with. This is something I'm not gonna argue because I have worked in the emergency room for 5 years. Once a body is considered a crime scene, his body was a crime scene. They do not allow nobody to touch their body. Nobody. They don't. I don't understand why they was able to. Well, I ain't gonna argue that. Well, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna argue that I know that they weren't supposed to do it. I ain't gonna argue why they was able to do it. I'm just not. But I know that they're not. Listen, D truth. I've been in the room when family has come in. They'll allow you to see them. They'll allow you to see the body, but you cannot touch them. At 13:37 hours, nurses from the hospital bagged Austin in a body bag. At 15, huh?
Remember, he showed up at the hospital at 10:46. He was pronounced. Once he was pronounced, they don't say when he was
He was
pronounced dead.
pronounced at 10:53.
Yeah, so from 10:53 until 1:37, he was not in a body bag.
And he was not supposed to be touched.
I think they made it specific to say head and feet, no other areas.
I get
But
that.
I understand what you're saying. They're not
They're
they're not
not supposed
supposed
to.
to.
They're not supposed to touch him.
And they're
They
never.
allow you to touch. Maybe they felt sorry for the family. Maybe I don't know what the situation was, but I do know that they weren't supposed to touch his body.
And they're not allowed to be in there alone. A police officer has to be.
No, 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 at all. They granted them grace because they weren't supposed to touch him. At 13:37 hours, nurses from the hospital bagged him. At 15:15, the transport service for the medical examiner arrived and took possession of the body.
That's 2 hours, almost 2 hours later. The
Yeah,
more.
I've been at work. I've been at work in the ER where a body pretty much lay there all night, but they can't move that body until the medical examiner come get him.
Yeah, they have to transfer.
Come on, Candy Corn. Candy Corn just went through it. Her baby was a crime scene. Her baby was a crime scene. They didn't even allow her to see her. She couldn't even see her baby. I'm telling you, in some cases they won't even let you see the body, but they damn sure ain't supposed to let you touch it. Now I don't know how they do it in Texas.
Well,
I can't speak about that.
a lot of times they don't want you to see the body or be near the body, eh, because they're worried that you're going to say it. You're going to tell the press or whatever.
No, 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 no. I'm gonna tell you what it's about because I was trained on this. It ain't about what somebody gonna tell the press. That's evidence. The body is evidence.
Yeah, I know
The
you're putting
body
your
is evidence.
you're
And just
putting
like
your
they don't want
fingerprint.
you, and just like they don't want you to taint a crime scene, which is why they threw that tarp over that knife. They don't want you to taint the crime scene of the body. The body is considered a crime scene. And you're not supposed to touch anything in it that's going to taint the crime scene. That's what that's about. It'd be different if you got a family member in the hospital that passed away from natural causes or something like that. They let you go in, kiss the body, and all that. I lay in the bed with Tony for an hour after he passed. That was allowed. But when it's when a person is a crime scene, listen, be true. When my son passed, he lay in the cold at night in the street for like 2 almost 3 hours. They wouldn't even let us near him. They wouldn't let us near him. They was not supposed to touch his body.
Well, they're not going to let you. They don't want you to go and move the body. And a lot of times, that's why if they're on the street, they're covered up. They're covered up.
You act like
Don't
you're not
come near.
understanding what I'm saying. You're
No,
not
I know.
understanding.
They weren't. They probably. You're right. They probably shouldn't have touched it. But where the stab wound was and the evidence was, I think that's why the mother and them were distraught. They said, okay, but you can only touch the head and the feet, nowhere else.
They weren't supposed to do that. That's
No,
the bottom
they
line.
probably weren't. But someone in the hospital, and I don't believe the police officer witnessed it because he said, I was told. It says, I was told. I was informed by staff and officers that they would be allowed. Okay, so they asked the officer, and the officer said, okay. So whoever was in charge of the body said it was okay.
I ain't mad about it. It is what they did. I'm just saying that's not protocol. That's not protocol at all. But hey, what Candy Corn say? Candy Corn say truth is correct. The body is a crime scene, and here they won't allow you to see the body until it's been released from the inmate's office. I couldn't see my son. Now I was able to see Tony because, of course, he wasn't a crime scene, right? So with my son, I didn't see my baby till he was at the funeral home.
That's when he got released. And the funeral home was probably, I know a lot of funeral homes wait there. They know they're going to be released. They'll show up
And that's the thing.
as
Why
soon as
was
they get
this
the
family
call.
allowed? Why was this family allowed to go into the hospital room and touch his body? I ain't mad about them seeing the baby. Like I'm not mad about them being able to see him. I've seen. This is why I'm so passionate about this because working at the hospital in that ER, I worked at the hospital longer than 5 years, but I was in the ER for 5, right? So in being in that ER, I saw a lot of, or shall I say, what word I want to use, the truth. What word I want to use?
Trauma?
I saw a lot of trauma. That's not it. I saw a lot of damn favoritism.
Oh, yeah. You do see it.
I saw a lot of favoritism, and I saw in certain cases where a person was a crime scene. Okay, I'm gonna give you examples. We had this guy. We had this guy that came in one night, middle of the night. And actually, this happened like around the street from the actual hospital. This guy had, for some reason, the cops got behind him and they attempted to pull him over, and he took the cops on a high speed chase. He ended up crashing his car and ended up passing away from that crash. He came to the hospital, right? He ended up crashing his car, running from the police, and he ended up passing away from that. His family came to the hospital, wanted to see him. They told him no. There was an ongoing investigation. See, when he crashed that car, he was running from the police, but he wasn't the actual he was running from the police, okay, which is a crime. And he crashed the car and he passed away. He came to the hospital. Well, actually, when he came to the hospital, he was faintly still alive, but not really. They pronounced him at the hospital. Family came to the hospital. They would not allow anybody to go into that room. They wouldn't allow them to see him. They told the family no. versus another situation where a police officer was shot. A police officer was shot. Let me tell you something. The hospital that I worked at, it had a contract with the city, county, state. Whenever a police officer was hurt or shot, that police officer came to that trauma unit, right? So the police officer was brought to the ER. That police officer was an actual crime scene. He was shot. He was shot by, he was a crime scene. When I tell you it was about 15. Now listen, don't get it twisted and don't think that truth didn't have sympathy and empathy for that family because I did. I mean, you couldn't find a dry eye in that emergency room when that cop came in there. You couldn't. I mean, you couldn't. The air was thick. But I got to be honest about the situation and the differences. About 15 members of that cop's family came in and went in that room and was able to see that cop. Now, whether they touched his body, I don't know because I wasn't in there. I wasn't in the room. I just know that in certain situations, certain things were allowed, and in other situations, they wasn't. You get what I'm saying? Did you get what I'm saying? And I know about him being a cop, it's like a whole different thing, like it's a whole different atmosphere. But when I say when it's supposed to be rules or rules, it's supposed to be rules or rules. Like you want to deny this guy's family from seeing him because he was running from the cops. But then you allow the cops family to come in and see him. See, I just say be fair. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Just be fair. And those two ain't the only situations that I could talk about. Like I can give y'all some stories. I just don't really talk about my experience in that because working in that ER, just like somebody said in the chat, working in that ER was a little just a little piece of trauma in my life. I saw a lot. I saw a lot. You know what I'm saying? So do you get what I'm saying in comparing the two?
That's human nature. Give to this one, don't give to that one. It's up to the person that's standing there. But again, the police are very, very persistent when it comes to things like this.
Hi, Silas. Hold on. Truth and everyone in the building. OMG, I'm very late, but did not know you were live. No. I'm sorry, babe. You know, this channel, I got to get back in the algorithm, sweetie. I would definitely do a replay. I want to ask you if you will talk about this. Oh, okay, Silas. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. Girl, yeah, I didn't even realize I've been on here for 3 hours, girl. I swear I had. But yeah, catch the replay, girl. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. All right. I don't know how we got on that, but let's finish reading. Oh, we got on it because I'm adamant about they weren't supposed to let them touch that body. I ain't taking that back. Let me see who texting me. Hold on. Yeah, they weren't supposed to let them touch that body. And I'm surprised they put that in that report. That's behooving to me.
Well, I think because the they have to tell the coroner because again, your body is a crime scene, so every inch of it will be checked. So if they find a fingerprint, they got to note a fingerprint. If they find different, say, blood samples or DNA upon his feet and his head and the family, then they could rule that out. So they have to put it in the report that he
Yeah.
was.
Just in case they do find something. Yeah, you're right.
They find some kind of because sweat carries DNA. Everything carries DNA.
Absolutely.
They,
All right, Silas. I'm glad you here, girl. I got you, baby. It's hard to talk about, but I'm here. um. Okay, let's read. I don't know why this on my screen. Okay. All right, so the truth, this is Officer Newton. Okay. Well, no, I just read that, didn't I?
Yeah, you're at Higgins, who really doesn't have much to say.
He didn't even have to write
Yeah,
anything. Let me see
well,
what he just said.
because okay, understand. Remember, I sent you that thing about the log, right? The scene log.
Yeah.
Everyone that's there has to be logged into the scene log. That goes for witness, whoever is in the vicinity
Mm-hmm.
has to be written in there, because later on, they say, well, something ain't right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so and so was there. Maybe he did.
Right.
Why was he there?
So everybody that basically, was there, even though they might have just been there, it still has to be notated that they were there.
Now, remember when we talked about the what is it, Murdoch?
Yeah.
The the uh, the scene log. Every
Mm-hmm.
police officer that came up had to go up to the person in charge of the scene log and state who they are and why they're there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then if the scene log will write it down, and then whoever's in charge will be like, "No, I don't need you here. Go out, go over there, and go. Don't. I don't want you," because they also want to keep track of everybody that's trampling through the scene, so that if they're looking for footprints, now they know, "Oh, I need your footprint. I need your, so I can rule you out." So the
Mm-hmm.
scene log is important, and everyone even CSI, everybody that comes up has to be logged into it, because
Mm-hmm.
they also bring it back to reports. Well, this person was on the scene, but nobody questioned that person. I don't have an interview with this person. Why? Why was this person at the scene and no one interviewed them if they're non-police? Or if a police officer shows up and doesn't write a report, well, so officer so and so was there. I didn't get his report. Where is his report?
Right. Right.
So that's what they're doing. So everyone that stepped onto the scene and was logged as part of the scene has to write a report. Because you see they're like 4 sentence long. They go, well, really don't have anything else to say. Nothing further at this time. I return to my duties.
Right.
Okay. And then it's done.
All right, let's see what Higgins said. On 4/2/25, Higgins was working at as the desk officer. Oh yeah. At the Stonebrook Parkway, Frisco, Collin County, Texas. At approximately 10:42 hours, a witness walked into the main lobby stating that he had witnessed this stabbing and was told to come to the lobby to complete a witness statement. He gave the witness a voluntary witness statement, which he worked on until detectives arrived to speak with him. Nothing further this time. Oh, so basically he was at the desk when one of the witnesses showed up to give their statement.
Yeah. And then remember, he had told a coach, I need you to get him to the police station so he
Mm-hmm.
could write a report right
Mm-hmm.
now. Take him to the police station. And I guess that's the kid that walked in with the.
This got to be a misprint right here, because this right here saying Tuesday, but it was actually Wednesday. So this is a misprint.
It's Wednesday. A lot of them don't say that. They just put the date. They don't say the day.
Yeah. So Officer Craig, Officer Thomas Craig, um, he's a school resource officer at Liberty High School. I guess that's where the event was at. Well, no. Okay, so Officer Craig, who is a school resource officer at Liberty High School, was at Heritage High School and heard via radio that a FISD student had been stabbed at the address of the stadium. I immediately responded to the scene. Okay.
So
Upon arrival,
Liberty was one of the track teams that was there.
I'm thinking it was several like track
Yeah,
teams.
there was Lebanon Trail High School, Liberty High School, Memorial High School, Frisco High School, Independence High School, Emerson High School, and that seems like that was it. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 high schools, but some of them only had 1 or 2 people
Right.
participating in whatever whatever events.
Okay. He said, I immediately responded to the scene. Upon arrival, I first made contact with Officer Cortez, who was standing next to a marked police vehicle. Officer Cortez advised that he had detained the suspect and he was in the patrol vehicle. I then responded to the victim's scene that was in the north bleachers. As I walked up, I noticed Frisco Fire Department personnel was attempting to provide life-saving measures to a subject later identified as Memorial High School student Austin. As other officers worked the scene, I was asked to respond to the stadium's medical locker room area and keep the following Memorial High School students slash witness separated until detectives can speak to them. So basically, he had the students. He was,
Yes,
yeah,
it's very important that you don't let witnesses commingle with each other or overhear what the other witness says. It could change their story or it could add to their story. So they're
right.
trying to separate everybody away from each other so that they can't, they go, oh, I didn't know that. But you hear it, so you believe you saw it.
Hmm.
So that's the reason they separate everyone, and even in court. Remember, they don't allow you to listen to other people's testimony in court.
Oh yeah, when
But
witnesses, yeah, they tell you like once you testify, you can stay, but before you
yeah,
testify, you're not allowed in the courtroom.
because it
Hmm.
could change. See, what they're worried about is it's filling in gaps of things you didn't know. So if you're giving a statement and there's little gaps in your statement, and you hear someone else say it, you start filling in the gaps in your story.
Hmm.
We don't want that. We leave your gaps. We don't need, if you didn't hear it, we don't need to know it. But if you hear someone else say something in your mind goes, oh, you know what? They're right. Oh
Hmm.
shit, I didn't see it, but they're right. That's what happened. So that by separating them, and then also you're getting people going, man, we're gonna make sure this dude, we're gonna make sure the dude pay for this. He's gonna pay for this, and we need to coordinate our stories. That is the worst thing in any investigation is if people coordinate their stories.
Hmm.
It changes a person that may be innocent to be guilty if the witnesses coordinate their stories. Becomes way more believable. So you have to separate them so they can't coordinate their stories
Hmm.
and change things to make that person even more guilty.
Okay. He stated while with them, I was told to take their cell phones from them and later turn them over to Sergeant Bisonet. After being relieved, I was asked to make contact with all FISD athletes that had been placed on school buses. Below is a list of students who identified themselves as witnesses to the stabbing of Austin Metcalf. Okay, so they all the witnesses are blurred out, which I get. Yeah. He then said, I was also met by the following coaches who advised they witness. So you mean to tell me coaches witnesses? So listen, I was also met by the following coaches who advised they witnessed the incident. Uh, these names. I'm gonna say MC was a Centennial High School coach. Her suspect confessed to stabbing victim. Vincent Hooper, Heritage High School coach. Her suspect confessed to stabbing victim. Lakeisha Collin, Independence High School coach, witnessed it. Well, what the hell were y'all doing when it was taking place?
They were probably not within the vicinity of
Detroit?
it. Yeah, the
Detroit.
the tent was not on the field. The tent
Detroit.
was up off the field.
I know this. So why are they saying witness? You didn't witness it if you wasn't up there in the tent.
Well, they probably saw him stumble and fall,
You know
or the
what?
confrontation, the argument, or the the actual incident. Not meaning inside the tent. I mean, there could be a lot of different reasons why they say they witnessed the incident. Yeah, they saw him fall or whatever. That would make you a witness.
That's not a witness.
Okay.
That's
Just
not a witness to the
I'm just
incident.
trying to add clarity on why they would say why
You,
they.
you know, you really be getting me. Like, see, I love you to death, right? I do. I love you to death, and I couldn't do these panels without you. But and I can't dox you, but your way of life, I'm gonna just put it like that, causes you to come up with these scenarios that pretty much vacates what really is what it is. You gotta stop. You gotta separate the two. Because when you say witness the incident, you knows that means that person witnessed this young man being stabbed. And if that's not the case, they're not a witness to the incident. Okay? Just say a bystander. Say that. Say I'm a bystander or I was in the vicinity. You ain't with it. Because, see, this is what I'm thinking. If these two women that got witnessed the incident by their name, if they was there and this altercation was taking place and neither one of them tried to stop it, come on now. They're coaches. They're coaches. So you witnessed it because see this it was fast. It took place in the like that. But if you witnessed the altercation before this young man, maybe you could have stopped it.
People that were there beside it said they didn't even know it happened until he
That's
grabbed
why
her
I'm saying
shirt.
it shouldn't say witness the incident. Hell, the brother said he was right there and he ain't even see the actual stabbing. So how did these coaches see the incident and then wasn't able to stop it before it happened?
Well, it didn't say the stabbing. It just says witness the incident,
Okay, let me keep
which could
going.
mean a
Because
whole
I'm
bunch of
gonna stab
different things.
you. I'm
Yeah.
gonna stab you. I'm gonna stab
So
you.
now, if she witnessed it, then there's a statement from her that will come
We
out.
gonna see. We almost at the end. We gonna see. Okay, so Lakeisha Collins, Independence High School coach, witnessed the incident. Mindy Yetman, Independence High School coach, witnessed the incident. After completing this task, I cleared the scene. No further information. Blah blah blah. Okay, let's go. So we got a statement. So see, I don't see no statement from them. All right, so we got
There's no
Alejandro.
there's no witness statements except from on scene officers are the only ones that have given what the person told them. That's
Okay.
it. You know,
All
the
right.
detectives' statements are different from this.
Okay. All right. So we got Alejandro. Officer Alejandro. He said, I responded to a stabbing call at the stadium. Upon arrival, I provided scene security and assisted with keeping civilians away from the crime scene. I maintained this position until I was relieved by CID detectives and cleared the scene. Nothing further. Then we got Joshua Miller, who said, I was dispatched to a stabbing call located at the stadium. Call note stated that one student was stabbed in the chest by another student. Upon my arrival at the location, my only duty was to provide scene security. As the Frisco medic was leaving the location, I assisted in moving people out of the way for the medic to be able to drive through. Shortly after, I cleared the scene. Nothing further. Okay. All right. That's it for the police report, Detroit. Why is the screen blank?
Because you're at the end of the report.
I know, but I didn't think I
You need to exit out of it. It's done.
okay with you. Okay, I'm gonna stab you. I'm telling the people right now. Why are we not showing up on screen? Yet? Is it just me?
I don't know. All I see is his face.
That's the.
Is that the screensaver you have, or
Oh, do I have the screensaver up? Let me see. I don't think so.
yeah? I don't see us either. Are we still going? Yeah, we're still going.
I don't know why. I don't have it up on. I don't know why. D True. Are we still on live? Let me see.
Yeah, we're still online.
Can y'all hear us?
Yeah. I'm looking. I'm looking at it online, but remember, you're 30 seconds behind online. But your banner is moving. That's how you usually can tell if you're still online because the banner's still moving. But we're not on screen right now.
The live has ended.
No, it still says live. But
I'm looking at it on my on my damn thing.
I'm looking at StreamYards and it didn't say ended.
No, I'm looking at it on YouTube side.
Oh, I'm looking at YouTube side too.
This is
No,
weird.
E. Brooks said we're live. It doesn't say ended. It said started streaming 3 hours ago. But
Thank you, Ebro, because I'm going crazy, girl.
No,
Oh, hold on, let me cut me down. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Ebro, because see, y'all would have heard me cuss the truth out, because I would have thought we was offline.
no, the banner's still going. I'm watching. Damn, it
I don't know
said
why we not showing up on StreamYard.
I don't know either. I don't even have a good, funny picture up either.
This is weird, D-True.
You didn't even show my Cadillac with the duct tape on it yesterday.
I didn't know you had updated it. Why you saying that?
I had updated it.
Why is the screen thing up here? Like, honestly, StreamYard is tripping.
I can't tell you why.
That's just my background. We're not up here.
Well, you said StreamYard was acting fun. There we go. We're up there now. We're back.
Okay. Girl, I don't know what the hell going on. Well, that's Carmelo, y'all. And for those that because I won't be fair. That's the victim. That's Austin. He was a handsome young man. He was. And according to reports, he was talented as well, y'all. And it's just so sad. It's really sad for both of them. Excuse true, she started smoking really early. Melissa, stop telling my business. Melissa, what you gonna stop doing is doxing me. That's what you gonna stop doing. That's Austin, y'all. And he has a twin that looks exactly like him. We got 30 minutes that I'm willing to give this live. I did not want to go over 3 hours, but being as though we 3.5 hours early in, I'm gonna go ahead and start this content on this guy that I want to react to, because we're gonna be talking about this over the weekend.
I'm trying. Hey, I'm trying to find out. So where they got his so they got weight 130 pounds, right? He's 5'9", 130 pounds, hair color black, eye brown, ethnic. It says N.
It said what?
It says N.
What do you mean?
Okay, so on the police report, right? The arrest report. It says ethnic N. I'm trying to figure. I've never seen that before.
N.
Yeah.
That's weird. Is it Navajo?
No. I found something earlier that said it was Don something or Don. I forgot what it said, but it was Don something. Oh, I know what I wanted. I remember I sent you the criminal penal code. You want to talk about that? Or you want to talk about that?
You can talk about it while I pull something up. You can talk about it.
So
hold on, because I hear my.
Go ahead.
Hey, Keyshawn.
Hey, Grandma.
Hey, baby. What the heck? What is it? The school ain't out. What are you doing here?
You got checked out.
Why? So your mama wanted to little world rest and check you out and brought you to me. What's up?
Well.
So y'all checked out of school.
Yeah.
So you just cutting your education short to get out of school early?
No.
So why?
Mine has to go to work right now.
I do know that, but y'all could have still stayed in school. So what's with the snacks? Did y'all bring me a snack?
No. No, we didn't.
But I told y'all about coming to see me. Ain't got no snacks for me. Just get out and close my door. Goodbye. Close my door.
Mama can share a snack with you.
I don't want no shared snack. I want my own snack. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back.
Don't eat that baby snacks.
D-True, don't start with me. They coming to him with snacks and oodles and stuff. I mean, what the hell?
You know what happens when Trey does it.
Oh, I ain't harassing them. How you gonna walk up in my shit with snacks and don't bring me nothing? I'm just saying. Are those your grandkids that don't come home? It was you so messy. Cause they listen, their mama gotta go. She got a late shift today, so she wanted to see them before she went to work. So she check them out of school. Who the hell does that? Did you just see them this morning? Oh, Candace said. Oh, look at what Candace said. D true.
That does make sense. Not Hispanic, not Latino, not Caucasian. Could be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaning more towards not Caucasian than not Hispanic, not Latino.
Well, is he not Caucasian?
No, this is the arrest
Oh,
report.
you talking about for Carmelo?
Yeah, for Carmelo.
Okay. I do know what you're talking about, Ibuki. I know what you're talking about, girl. Girl. Ibuki so miss. Okay, so yeah, talk the truth. I'm gonna pull this up right quick, see if I can start it before we get out.
Okay, so a person has written a statement on this case. It says Carmelo.
What person? Who is it?
It's he has a blog called True Unpopular Opinions. Right.
Okay.
Very smart person. I've come across him a couple of times. He writes, Carmelo Anthony will get off with self-defense. Carmelo did not initiate the confrontation. This is the most critical element of the case. Carmelo did not initiate the altercation. Austin Medcraft and his much larger brother approached Carmelo in an overly aggressive manner. Under Texas Penal Code, Section 9.31, self-defense, Carmelo had the right to defend himself when approached and physically threatened by Metcalf and his brother. The law clearly states that self-defense is justified when the individual is not the aggressor. The two men, not one, which is also crucial, as explained later, took it upon themselves to approach Carmelo, would make physical contact with him, and then threaten him. Carmelo was simply reacting to an escalating situation that was thrusted upon him. The lack of provocation is critical and is directly impacts the legitimacy of Carmelo's self-defense claim under Texas law. Then he goes on to say, legal right to defend himself. Unlike states, New York, Texas law recognizes the person has no duty to retreat. That also goes to stand your ground, but the law he's referring to is called the Castle Law, which states you do not have to retreat to protect yourself. Okay? A lot of states are changing that, but that's what the law says. They're in place where they have legal right to be, as per Texas Penal Code section, protection of one's property, no duty to retreat. Carmelo had every right to be on the public school campus. It was under no obligation to retreat when faced with threat. In situations like this, Carmelo was justified in standing his ground and defending himself, particularly when confronted with two aggressors who were threatening his safety. He wasn't trespassing, nor was he engaging in any unlawful behavior. His presence on public property was entirely legal. Very good point. Very good point. Unjustified threat. If Austin Metcalf had approached Carmelo alone, this situation might not have been less dire. However, the fact that Carmelo confronted by two individuals, both physically imposing, created an environment we had every reason to fear for his safety. According to Texas Penal Code, Carmelo had the right to use deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to protect himself from the use of deadly force or serious harm. See,
because D-True, he said, "Don't put your hands on me."
Yes, he said, "Don't touch me."
He said, "Don't touch me." Yeah, go ahead.
With the two men threatening him, Carmelo was within his rights to feel that a knife would be necessary means of self-defense. Metcalf and his brother were not merely engaged in conversation; they were actively threatening and imposing their presence on Carmela, leaving him with no reasonable escape. Okay. Now he keeps stating the self-defense penal code section 9.31. Well, here is the section 931 outlines when the use of force, including deadly force, is justified as self-defense. A person is justified in using force against another when they reasonably believe the force is immediately necessary to protect themselves against the other's use or attempted use of unlawful force. Key points: justification for use of force. A person is justified in using force if they reasonably believe it's immediately necessary to protect themselves against another person's unlawful force. Stand your ground. No duty to retreat. Texas law generally allows individuals to use force without a duty to retreat, especially in their home or place of business. Now remember, Carmela was not trespassing, and he was not anywhere unlawfully. Carmela believes he had every right to be under that tent if he wanted to be. Whatever the dispute is, he was not there unlawfully. Okay. Now the castle doctrine, kind of different, doesn't really go to this. Deadly force. The use of deadly force is justified when a person reasonably believes it is immediately necessary to prevent death or seriously bodily injury. If he believed that those two boys were about to beat him senselessly, he had a right to defend himself. Now let's get something straight. That was not a straight edge knife that Carmela had. The police officer said, and I'm betting that a lot of people didn't notice what was said, that the knife was partially open.
I read that somewhere in the report, or I read that someone that it was partially open when it was on the ground.
Open means that it is a folded knife. Okay. We don't know if the blade is over 5.5 inches. We do know that blades, guns, and knives and stuff like that are not allowed on school property. That stadium is school property. So they could charge him with having the weapon. Okay, limitations. This use of force is not justified if the response to a verbal provocation alone, or if the person consents to the force, or if the person provoked the other person's use of force. So that's where you're getting into, hey man, you ain't gonna kick my ass. Fuck you. Come on, let's do this. That means you have consented to the force. You know what I'm saying? If you acknowledge that you two are going to fight, you consented to the force. Okay. Carmela said, don't touch me. But the problem with that statement of don't touch me or you'll find out what happens could lead to premeditation. I know you don't want to hear that. I know you're about to get all mad.
No. Premeditation is out the door when you want somebody to leave you alone. Like, honestly, the truth.
But it's the statement after, don't touch me or you'll find out what happens.
Well, maybe they feel the same way. Maybe they feel it was premeditated. Reason why they charged him with first degree, because I'm still lost on that one.
I'm trying. I want to make sure I'm saying that right, because I remember a statement that said he said, "Don't touch me." Oh, here it is, right here. He said, "Touch me and see what happens." Okay. He didn't say don't touch me. He said, touch me and see what happens.
Okay.
Premeditation.
Premeditation, my ass. I'm sorry.
Touch me.
It's not premeditation when you listen. You warning somebody, listen, leave me alone.
But he didn't say that. He said, "Touch me and see what happens."
Okay, I ain't gonna argue that with you because
Well,
that statement, yeah.
all I'm saying is what I'm looking at through what they're thinking. By saying touch me and see what happens, he already had it in his mind what he was going to do. He
Hell
had it,
yeah,
see
I
what
would have too.
happens, see what happens, mean I already had it in my mind to go for my knife and stab you.
It wouldn't have been okay.
And then
I
we
know.
go on to say, proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. So again, he says, "See what happens." You see what I'm saying? I mean, again, his defense will be able to kind of push through some of those things, but those are the things that they're using against him right now.
See, my thing is this. My thing is this. It should have never happened, Detroit.
I
You
agree.
gotta go back to the origin. It shouldn't have never had this dude, this young man, God rest his beautiful soul, had no business trying to mandate that young man and the fact that he was up under that tent.
Exactly. He did not break any laws. He was not. He wasn't anywhere unlawfully. Though, but that's the problem. But they're using his words against him.
Okay.
Okay. I tell people all
Okay.
the time: if you're gonna whoop somebody's ass, don't tell them you're gonna whoop somebody's ass. If you're gonna shoot them, don't tell them you're gonna shoot them.
I get
That
it.
that that is a precursor to premeditation. You told me you were going to shoot me, then you shot me. You thought about it. Premeditation does not have a time limit. It could be 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It could be 1 second. If
Yeah,
you
I learned that by watching. Yeah, I learned that too.
if you
Because
come
see, a
up
lot
with
of
a
people when they
thought,
think about listen, a lot of people when they think about premeditation, they think about a person sitting around planning a murder
exactly.
and for weeks and months. No, premeditation can also take effect 5 minutes before it actually happens.
Yes, if you state what you're
Split
going
of a
to do,
second. Yeah,
if you state what you're going to do, you
yeah,
thought about it.
yeah.
Premeditation doesn't mean you have to have a detailed plan and it's written out on paper and everything else.
Right,
It just means that you thought about it before you did it. And what
right.
you thought about should have known was not legal.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's all premeditation means.
Well, those twins should have left that boy alone.
I
When a
agree.
person saying, "Ooh," when a person's or damn it, move. Okay, when a person's saying, "See what happens," why would you push it?
Because
Well,
they didn't believe that this skinny 130-pound kid could do
yeah,
anything to them.
they would, you know, the two. I didn't want to say it because I really don't want to put that label on these twins. Like I don't, but I did listen to some things where they said people were saying that they were actual bullies. Like
Yes,
they had this mentality to where they bullied other kids
together.
together. Yeah, yeah. It's
It'll all come out. It will
yeah.
all come out.
Yeah, it was it. I didn't want to like really put that because oh God, I just feel so conflicted with this story, D True. I feel so conflicted because, you know,
It's sad all the way around.
hmm
Something that could have been totally avoided, something that should have never happened. And that's what most people usually say with things like this. It should have never happened. We're not
and
talking
that's what
about
really gets me when it comes to stuff like situations like this, when it be so like unnecessary, so unwarranted, it be lost the loss of a life that didn't have to, it didn't have to happen. Like it did not have to happen, you know. And I can be, I can be fair in even saying that maybe Carmelo shouldn't have pulled the knife, but honestly, on my heart, on my brain, I felt like they were gonna jump him.
I'm
Like I feel like he was. Listen, I feel like he felt like they were gonna jump him.
I think more things were said. I think more
Yes.
things were said by
And then
Austin.
too, I think that it wasn't just it wasn't just Austin and Hunter. You got to remember, he was under the tent of them and their classmates.
I,
Everybody up under that tent was friends with those twins.
yep, I think
I
more
just
was
felt like the young man felt like he was gonna be jumped.
when I want to hear his statement. I want to
I
hear
do too.
what he
I
has
do
to
too.
say because I'm telling you, more was said. More was said by Austin than they're saying.
Yes, it
I,
wasn't just. Hey, C, it's good to see you. It wasn't just get from up under this
yeah,
tent or da
no,
da da. They can tell you everything Austin said, but why they not telling you everything that was said to? I mean, not Austin. They're telling you everything Carmelo said. Come on, baby. But why aren't they telling you everything that was said to Carmelo?
exactly. I'm guaranteed that and God rest his soul. I ain't got nothing to say bad about the dead right now. I often do, but I don't picture him as saying, "Hey man, you just got to get out of here. You need to leave right now." I don't picture that. I don't picture that is the
Cause
tone
see,
that he
the reason why
used.
the reason why I say more was said to him, the truth, is because he felt the need, even though, cause see, look, even in reaching for the backpack to get the knife, the backpack was he had to reach for it. He had to reach for that backpack and get that knife. Like what was said to him that made him feel like, other than get from up under this tent, that he felt like he needed to reach for that knife.
He was pushed down, and what was said
He was pushed down.
after he was pushed down, what was said to him that he needed to reach in that bag?
See, that's not being said.
No,
You
they're
know,
not. They're making it sound like he politely asked him to leave, and and Carmelo's response was, "Don't touch me and find out." I'm guaranteed they're leaving. They're leaving. I'm guaranteed he said,
and then
"I'm gonna
I'm
put
gonna
you
run with
out."
this narrative. I'm gonna run with this narrative just for a second. I'm gonna entertain it for a second. That I've heard several accounts to where they said these two twins were bullies, right? So listen, and the reason why I am is because if you think about it, if they were not bullies, why would they feel like they can make him leave from up under that tent? Why do they feel like, them bossing up on him saying leave? Why do they feel the need to do it? Why do they feel like they were able to do it? Able to make this young man leave from up under that tent? And probably the only reason why he was up under the tent, the truth, is because it was raining. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he shouldn't have been up under the tent because it wasn't his school. But come on now. You don't go up under a tent doing a track meet while it's raining and expect somebody to jump you because you set up under a tent to get away from the rain. And everybody wants to place emphasis on, well, why did he have a knife? Apparently, listen, man, come on, bro. Like, I don't know the truth. I don't know. Like I say, I am so conflicted because most people would think, most people, and I probably get the question. Believe me, I know I'm gonna get some questions in my email like, truth. You lost a son. You lost a son. Someone murdered your son. And yes, someone did murder my son. But even with that being said, this young man, he took a life. He did. And believe me, this is the thing people are also not thinking about. He's never ever gonna be the same again. Like he is messed up. Like his future is so altered right now. And Austin is gone. And that's so sad. Like you think I grieve for that woman that lost her son. Like I honestly know, like right now that woman is probably barely holding on. I know the feeling. But if I'm going to react to something or talk about something, I have to be fair. My son's situation and this situation are totally different. So I can separate the two. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm just not hopping on the fact that, oh, he is the one that took the life. I can separate the two and know that fair is fair and right is right and wrong is wrong. And I feel like, for one, that it should have never happened. It just shouldn't have. These are high school students. These are high school students. The truth. Candy said, I read somewhere that the deceased had made racial remarks and threatened violence against other. But see, I read that too, Candy, but I was not gonna say it.
Yeah, but my thing is, there was things said in there that they don't want to repeat,
They don't. They
and
don't.
that's fine. It will come out.
It will. If it don't, even if it don't come out in the media don't matter. It's gonna
Yeah,
come out in court. It's gonna
but
come out.
because he asked how he is, he
He
wanted to
was
know, is he
concerned about whether he
okay?
was okay or not. He didn't even know that he had fatally wounded this young man.
He had no clue. He asked, "How is he?" As if it was just a
He just thought he was causing a wound to get the boy away from him. And look, he ran, but he ran from the crowd. He didn't run from the school.
he went over to his side.
He didn't run from the school, and when he was apprehended, he didn't deny it.
Nope. In his mind, he defended him.
In his mind, he said, I told him not to touch me.
Mhm.
He said it.
Not allegedly. I did it, and I defended my. Do you think it's self defense? He asked the cop that, which
He felt
you
like
know,
it was self-defense. He did.
yeah,
He felt like he was defending himself.
look, you don't say anything to the cops because you see they write
I
everything
agree.
down. They read. They're listening every time. You don't say anything.
I
Don't
agree.
ask them if it was self defense. Don't even answer any questions. Just put the cuffs on and get in the car. Okay. Put the
Keep
cuffs
your
on.
mouth closed.
Keep
Yeah,
your mouth shut because they will use it all against you. Their job is not to find you innocent. Their job is to find you guilty. It is your
absolutely.
job to find yourself innocent.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, y'all. Well, I was gonna get into what this content creator that I wanted to listen to, but we'll do it. I'll be back this weekend, probably not tomorrow, because I think I'm gonna do Umar tomorrow. But I will definitely be back in the next day or so with some more on this. I want to get into a content creator that I think is doing good content on this. We had 4 hours right now. I had no idea it was gonna go this long, but um yeah.
I blame you.
I'll take it. I'll take it. You want to say anything before I end it, though?
No, I think we touched on a lot of different things, and I'm hoping that what we talked about made people think either one way or the other because
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is way more in depth. It's not a racial thing. He didn't stab him because he was white. Now I'm not
I
going to say
think it's a racial. I don't think he stabbed him because he was white, but I do think it has turned into a
I'm
racial thing.
I'm leaning towards that. I'm really
Yeah,
leaning real. I'm really leaning to some things were said that some people just don't want to talk about, and it's going to come out because
well,
everything
we
is
gonna we gonna talk about it.
yeah
We gonna
everything is
talk about it.
everything for Austin is pretty right now, but it usually doesn't happen immediately. But eventually, the the skeletons start coming out of the closet.
Yeah, baby, they gonna do everything. They gonna investigate the parents. They gonna see what the parents, what kind of what they a part of, what Carmelo's parents are part. They gonna, baby, it's gonna go deep. It's gonna
Let,
go deep.
let me say this: that
Thank you, Silas.
most children are not racist. They are raised
To be
racist.
racist. Yes, yes.
There, when you isolate your children from another race, you're making them racist, and they hear all the things that you're
And a
saying.
lot of parents don't realize that they may not intentionally raise their kids to be racist, but with the kids being around them and hearing what they're saying and know and paying attention to how they move, they take on what they parents practice. You know
Exactly.
what I'm saying? Yeah, it's weird, but it's true. Like that's why with my grandbabies, I try my best. You know what I'm saying? I try my best not to talk about the black and white thing. Well, in my family, the black and white thing, it comes up like maybe in stuff that's happening in the media, but as far as inside the family, because like I said, all of my nieces and nephews, every last one of them, except for one, my sister's son, but all of my brothers, oh no, two, I'm sorry, except for my oldest nephew who is by my twin brother, and my sister's son, all the rest of my one, two, three, four, five, seven nieces and nephews are biracial. So, I don't even want to go into the dynamic, but the dynamic of my family is we all the same. You get me? That's how we try to keep it. That's how we don't teach the kids no different because of course, shit. Hell, my Leah look biracial, but she ain't. She black. But my niece and nephews they biracial, so we don't do that. Like we don't do that whole we don't. But if things come up that we talk about, and then too, we are very, very careful what we discuss in front of them. That's all you have to do, D2, is be vigilant of what you talk about when in front of your children. Cause what you believe in, what you practice and what you talk about, they're gonna you know what I'm saying?
They see and they hear everything.
Yeah, they do. And they soak it in like a sponge.
Yep.
Like they soak it in.
If you're okay with racial incidents, they're okay with racial incidents.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is for children. Whatever
Mm-hmm.
you're okay with, they're okay with.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not okay with it, they're not going to be okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I always say look at the civil rights movement. It wasn't just black people out there.
It wasn't.
It
It
was
was not.
white, black, everything was out there. And the
Yeah.
children that grew up with the Jewish people, the white people that were fighting against the racism, those children grew up not being racist. But those that were fighting against anything being changed, they raised their kids to be racist because they were okay
My
with it.
God today. My God today.
I was had to get it anyway because I'm doing my.
You want your tablet?
Mm-hmm.
It's right there.
It's good.
You're welcome. Is it charged?
I think so.
What you looking at? You want to say hi?
Hmm?
Say hi.
Hi.
Say hi, D True.
Hi, D Truth.
That's my Leah, D True.
What you eating? What you eating?
Chips. I was eating cheese puffs.
Cheese puffs. Now you got
Yep.
orange fingers.
You mean the orange dingies? I don't know what they're called.
Where? The orange. You eating cheese puffs?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll be out for a minute.
All right. Bye bye.
Melissa, say hi. Say hi, Melissa. Say hey, E. Brooks. Read right there. They saying hey.
Hey, Melissa.
You threw the homework?
Mom said to get my work, my tablet anyway. I like Melissa's username.
You like her username?
Tell her I said that.
She can hear you.
Oh, Melissa, I like your username.
She just can't answer back.
We're not deaf.
Sorry.
All right. I'll be off in a minute. I'll be in to help you with your homework.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Love you.
Love you too.
April, she do have an accent. You just don't catch it. It's certain things that she say she got an accent. Believe me. She country too. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. We at 4 hours. Thank you, D True. I love you. I love you. I love you. Even though I wanted to stab you about an hour ago.
A couple times.
Y'all, I am coming back on the T channel in a couple of hours. I'm gonna help the kiddies with their homework and things of that nature, and I'll be back on the T channel. But as far as this channel, I'll be back tomorrow. But I probably gonna do Umar. I might not even do Umar. I may do this. I don't know. But I appreciate y'all for supporting this live stream. I do. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. And if y'all got anything, because I know E Brooks, I know it. I know E Brooks, and I know other people. Funberry, be watching stuff, seeing stuff. Y'all send it to me in my email if y'all want me to talk about it, okay? And I got you. All right, D True. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't know where your brother at, but baby, tell him. But I appreciate y'all supporting this live. I do. Thank you, V Renee. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll see y'all in a couple. I'll see y'all in a couple of hours, okay? It's the weekend, baby, for us. All right, I love y'all. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful day, rest of the day at work, and I'll see y'all later, okay? With that being said, you said, hold up, true greetings from Amsterdam to her. Oh, okay. Okay, Silas. I'll tell a girl. I appreciate you, Silas. Love you. All right, y'all. With that being said, True Civils and State Gang stand up, and we out. I love y'all. You can play what I sent you already. Okay, I got you, Melissa. All right, y'all. Thank you, D True.
Bye.
All right, see y'all later.